Here we go. Just setting up as usual. Good times. I made an update with the blink tech and so on, better explained than I'd probably do quickly on stream. And a build update. I did clean up the planner a bit for the late Tailwind build, so it shows gloves and boots with energy shield and so on, and some other roles a bit more correct. Even though I didn't max everything, it should be more easy to understand what is needed. And yeah, good morning. I hereby declare the meeting of the Fat Looters Fat Looting Club open. Item the first. Acquire Fat Loot. Meeting adjourned. So that video will take a while to process, but it will be up at some point. Probably nothing you don't know if you watch the stream. Yeah, sounds good. But I will briefly mention it here as well early in the video that I've always used this shield, but I simply haven't found it since level 97.5-ish this league. And this used to be very, very good as a weapon swap mobility stat stick. But now it's much better because of the instant weapon swap. So you can literally shoot and instantly swap. And if you want to blink in combat, if you set up your keybinds for shield charge, you don't even need the keybind for weapon swap extra. You can just use your shield charge and blink, which you should have set up for nice combination of keys anyways. I have them on W and space. Then it will automatically swap. If you just tap shield charge, it has no cooldown, there's no penalty, it will not go on cooldown. It will simply swap to your shield charge and blink. So, yeah. Well, now I did the opposite, apparently. I blinked and then shield charged, which does not happen in maps. But yeah, it works perfectly. There. And yeah, that's about it. I cleaned up the planner a little bit. I added a Tailwind planner. If you have a high budget, that's what I would follow. And don't mind medium defenses, so to speak. You'll still likely hit decent energy shield with it and have the Tailwind. Good morning. Well, if you want max mobility, then you just shield charge, blink. Shield charge, blink. It's endless, it's forever, and it's the best mobility you can have in the game outside of, you know, flicker strike or some RNG stuff. Best controlled mobility. And if you just want to blink in combat, you obviously can. Just blink. You don't want to worry about anything, blink. I do that sometimes in combat. But if you want to optimize it, like really learn to perfect it, then you should tap shield charge before you blink. Because that will blink with the shield and much better cooldown. Which means the blink will, with this set, have 2 seconds-ish cooldown. But if you blink with this set, it's more like 2.5, 3. So it's a big buff since it's up to 50% CDR. And in trade, honestly, I would make sure to vol these to have more than 50%. I actually spent like 8-10 divines just to get 45% in trade. Yeah, it is the best thing since butter and sliced bread. And there might be some other optimizations. You know, I have a bear. It's just a stat stick for dex and attack speed, since attack speed buffs the shield charge somehow. You can definitely have more. You could make a spear with dex, and I think it can have strength, since it requires strength as well. Not that you really need the strength, so it's whatever, but have more sockets, socket more attack speed. There is some socketable, I don't know if it's expensive for attack speed in weapon, so you can have more attack speed, can make a better spear. Make sure to have 50 or more CDR on this. And it also gives int, so it's important that the weapon have some stats to cover your, you know, curse and so on. And this is perfect in most ways. So yeah, I I created the Tailwind build. It's on max roll, and I did clean up the gear a bit. I'll add it here to the bot. Just a sec. I added some nice regex yesterday on the Twitch bot, though. I don't know, sadly, how to put a bot on the YouTube chat, but I'll start pasting these in the video descriptions as well. So it is already in the YouTube video description, so you don't need the bot there. That's how I do it. I'm just a bit lost. So many things to juggle. And now on Twitch it is Tailwind build. But it's really not much change. But this one I did clean up, as I said, and I put the stats I think would be good to have on gloves and boots and so on. So yeah, I will change it to the whole video and put a link in the video as usual. I think that's more convenient to have it all in one place. But for now, it's not ready. I have kinda fast internet, but really slow upload, so anything takes a while, and it's not done processing and so on anyway. I have one of those completely I don't know if it's the ISP that doesn't want to give more, or if it's technical limitations, but it's like 1250 down and 50 up, so the upload is not amazing for posting videos while gaming. So yeah, off we go again. I only care mildly at about the ladder, but I do have a look now and then. And seems I am still fifth now. Okay. I'll probably get to 100 unless the last levels turn out completely insane, but if I make it there first or not, who knows. But the build has really come together according to my plans and predictions, which is not so strange since I played basically the same build last league. Just everything got so heavily buffed. So it's a lot of fun, having a good time with it. So full blast ahead. Fat loot incoming. And this might look like the next area. Grab this tower maybe. Slap some expedition on it. Getting a bit low. Molten Vault. I'll run this tier 14 on it just to have it done. What's one of those desecrated bonus maps that failed to Val? Bonus can skip Molten Vault switches. But yeah, this is on my shit list. Top 3 least favorite maps. Only run Molten Vault if forced. Don't see anything as well. And my main chase item is still additional arrow or additional arrow socketable for the sliver tongue. Will I get it before level 100? Who knows? But I'm temporarily compensating now by running Arrow Nova, since my damage is overall so high that, especially with Headhunter, I can carry the penalty. When I tried Arrow Nova at lower level, it felt like it gimped the damage way too much. And he has to go all the way the wrong way, instead of just taking the closest. So hard with these wisps to not accidentally just kill the rare from some random blast or dot or whatever. And they never drop anything, so I don't quite get the point. I read that these are for farming the jewels rite of passage that people alerted me about. I've had no clue they didn't even existed since I played SSF, and I don't look through every item in the database. I usually just, I sort in POB to see, is there anything like I don't know about that's the highest DPS, but I don't look through these more weird things that don't necessarily show up in a DPS list. And there was a guy that wrote that he had been grinding and farming these for a month, and he finally found one. So it seems like an obscene grind, and would have to be at least somewhat insane, yeah, to grind those wisps in before I start doing it for a month or so later. So many happy sounds. I really should remove the sound on those artifacts, because they should play sad sounds, since they are fragments and not loot, and I should not have to loot them at all. You don't need it, but an additional arrow is one of the absolute best things you can get. So I can show you quickly after just a tooltip. But yeah, this is really coming together. I think this is some of the fastest clear you can have. It could be that Elemental on Headhunter and everything kills slightly faster, but I think it spreads less, so the jury is still out. But for price performance, I'm more and more leaning towards this being the best build in the entire game, since it's so immensely cheap to get going and just go straight from a campaign to tier 16 maps with Just Sliver Tongue and a Spirit Gem, more or less. And a decent quiver. So right now I use Nova projectiles, which really gimps the damage 40% less on top of already having 30% less. So it is a big damage buff if I would get an additional arrow, like literally more than double. But then again, it doesn't matter so much because Poison Burst is not the main damage. The main damage is Plague Bearer and on bosses Toxic Growth. So it's okay that this has a bit less as long as it builds fast enough. So it would not double my DPS to get it. It would only make Poison Burst a bit nicer. But it's still my biggest upgrade I can get. Yeah, I mean, why not? If you make it very tanky, it's perfectly viable. I can imagine on, say, controller, that might be better, since I don't know how controller can even target. Does it just blast the Plague Bearer wherever it wants, or like auto-target it? Yeah, if I can. And on bosses, I can usually chain Growths, Plague Bearer, because the Growths fill the Plague Bearer by poison. Yeah. So yeah, I think PoE doesn't show skill activations, but I do use Plague Bearer, of course, a lot. It's the big AoE you see. But Poison Burst alone with Headhunter does become really strong clear. You'll see in some maps I just go and it happens. Just need to make a gimpy map for this one. Doesn't matter what I do, just so there's something. No, culling is on hits. I don't know any way to make hits poison cull, but I have culling strike simply on the bowshot. So when a boss is in execute range, plonk, down. So I have it here. Completely optional. I mean, if you want to manually cull them the last 10%, or just let them die. Dead end. But yeah, you see the mobility I have here. I can skip through mobs, I can shield charge, I can, blink through them. I can blink in combat, I can move while shooting and blink. It's really the best of all worlds and the best mobility you can have in combat in Poe2. And I am going to try other builds, such as just adapting the lightning arrow build that's popular, because I have a hunch that's going to be a lot better with this as well, since this is faster, more mobile in combat, etc. Don't have to use the Roa. And I think there is a chance that with very good gear that I'm approaching at least Plague Finger or simply pure lightning build, which literally you need to change, like just remove the poison passives, put more damage, put more elemental and so on, and done. Could be like more insta-kill, even though it might have less actual clear due to the poison not spreading, etc, etc. But I will try, we'll see. There's a fair chance it will work best for that build as well. And I also had a plan to make a cold snap build because I really liked it, but they changed it and I haven't tried the new version at all because I want to make caster builds as well with this mobility. And you see I can run laps around the breach basically. It's the first build I have played in Poe2 where I feel that I need a button to close breach early, because sometimes it's just done and you stand and wait for it to close. But I can probably spec the thing where it closes faster. Save some time. Full evasion plus deflection seems completely dead. Like, it seems impossible to reach high levels of evasion, and it seems completely impossible because they basically baked acrobatics in and gave us the penalty, right? So I think running pure evasion with nothing else, like not even subterfuge mask, that's like some of the worst defense you can have in PoE. But as just a separate layer and letting subterfuge mask and ghost dance and spectral ward carry the whole life part of the build, so to speak, then it's an excellent extra layer. But it seems they have tuned evasion so harshly that it's impossible to get really high levels that are reliable, and it's impossible to get the deflection high. So I'm leaning towards having the Tailwind helm and energy shield on gloves and boots, and just letting the chest with bestial skin carry the evasion on top of the evasion from subterfuge mask. That's basically what I have now, right? And it's still high. It's just never going to become, reliable in the, say, 98%-ish range you need to actually not be chain hit and sometimes randomly die. So this is still decent evasion for mainly just having the body. Yeah, but that's how all builds are. I mean, in the end you go, I need an upgrade, it's gonna cost this much, and then the next more and more and more. But overall you could say I am full evasion and deflection, I just don't have better deflection rolls, if that makes sense. And every full evasion build should run subterfuge mask. It's so good that it's like ridiculous to even consider not having it in an evasion build, since you get just as much evasion, and this will make you like 3 times tankier. Like, it's, if you haven't tried it and it's probably hard to even believe how much this and Ghost Dance carries the defense. With a nice bonus for Spectral Ward, and even the minor nodes are the most overpowered in the entire game. It's basically like, imagine these nodes said 12% evasion, 12% life. That's how it is when you run this in an energy shield build. And they are still good in a hybrid build, but for pure energy they are. Yeah, it's like if these nodes had 12% evasion, 12% life. But they seem to really... Maybe they just want everyone to have hybrid between ES and life, or pure ES and evasion as a secondary, or... I don't quite understand the design. It almost feels like it's two different teams designing life and evasion, and the energy shield, and the evasion team is a bit more generous and happy, and it's basically the Grinch consulted on the life part. Can't have any. Yeah, these can be good. I usually had them in my hybrid energy shield builds. However, this already gives 4% and dex and evasion, so this is very good, and we need the accuracy, but it will be up to you. If you find out that you have 100% accuracy and you don't need this, clearly they are a waste, then just ditch them and take those instead. But as long as you need accuracy, that's gonna outperform anything. So, yes and no, depending on your gear. I think I added an accuracy ring, so I could have a look, like, can I do it? But now it's 100%. Can try for fun to remove those nodes, see what happens. Might break my dex though, but maybe that node has dex as well. I picked an extra there. And that's a nice bonus as well in the end, that you can pump 4% more here. So that's where I put my spare points. So now my accuracy is 96%. So I think not. It depends. You would get some more defense. It might very well be best in the end, especially with the Tailwind, just to get a bit more extra. But right now, with my gear, I still need the accuracy, probably. Could be I could just put some other point somewhere. Or have one point, let's see. There is no... There is no better single point, so... Let's see what happens if I put just one. Still 96. So yeah, I probably don't want them yet, at least. But I misclicked. Yeah, 97. So I am... Nah, it's nice to be hit cap probably. But yeah, it is a nice path that I had in my other hybrid builds. Very good. Now I have been bamboozled again.
Who sent you? What do you need? Let us hope that now lies dormant.
Yeah. The first builds I made, I took these. They are very good. You also have some of the best evasion nodes down there. But when I started experimenting with crit builds, they always come out with way better damage. Plus, you can get access to the ailment on crit jewels, and so on and so on. And now the Tailwind helm, and yeah. At least when I've been experimenting with builds, the crit always wins out over, yeah, like one extra far away minor ailment node. Because when you have ailment on your jewels and gear and so on, they just become worth less and less. And even in the pure dot builds, that used to be a very good anoint. It used to be a very good passive, the one that gives faster damaging ailments, because that was basically a more multiplier for ailment builds. But now with this build, so much of the damage comes from the burst instant damage of toxic groves and the plague bearer, so it has very limited usefulness. So it's an okay way to go before having crit gear, but it's kind of easy to get crit, and you more or less only need sliver tongue. So it's not amazing clusters. Anymore. And even as anoints, it's not like in the top 3. If it was cheap, it could be a good one early, but I think it actually requires expensive materials. Did he not die? And my pet project is to ninja tame pets while blasting before they die. Try to identify the auras. Just to have for later. And if I did not have a tame pet on the last, I would probably pick Toxic Domain if I don't have Spirit, and Haste Aura Beast if I had an additional roll of Spirit on my body. Yeah, I have kept, and there should even be in the description there in YouTube, the leveling/early campaign version. I stopped updating it at a certain point, which should be quite early reachable. And if that still seems too updated, then the original video I made on launch day is still 99% accurate to the leveling. And it has more info on the leveling, including the contagion you should level with and so on. Sinistral annulment, I like. RTS mode. And I have been struggling all league with FPS issues in these abysses, but also overall. And turns out the only thing that really helped was clearing the shader cache, which no one should have to do manually. I think they should just do it when they patch, just wipe everyone's cache, done. Because it seems to give so many issues, and I don't understand why not. But that helped in case anyone has had issues. And also increasing the cache in the Nvidia to unlimited or 100 gig seems to also have some impact. It's gonna clear. No. The Plague Bearer does not scale off the weapon, first of all, so it would do nothing. But having a second weapon for casting the toxic growths for bosses is a fair amount of more damage if you have a really good one. But you would lose your mobility, so it's up to you. If you want to play more slow, methodical, lose out on the shield charge and CDR for blink and so on, then it's a perfectly viable choice and it would increase your boss damage. However, getting a bow that actually beats Sliver Tongue in DPS is much more expensive than you think. Like, it would be the price of my entire build to get a better bow, because you have to have very high damage, you have to have more or less tier 1 crit, and it is hard to beat even the single target DPS because this has so much crit. So I would not recommend it. I would not do it. It's not needed. It is misappropriation of funds for your build, and just prioritize maxing everything else out first. Then, if you have everything good, proper, perfectly endgame viable, you already kill pinnacle bosses in 10 seconds, and you decide, yes, I want to kill pinnacle bosses in 7 seconds, or 8, or whatever, then go for getting like a near mirror tier second weapon swap. Yeah. most things in the weapon swap is optional. This is probably the best, though, since mobility will determine the clear speed and so on, and everything dies fast enough without having some weapon swap for curse or other bow and so on. And yeah, this is solo self-found. Been kinda lucky with drop, but also played and farmed a lot, and since this build is strong, I could more or less run semi-juiced tier 15s from day one. Or can't remember when exactly. As soon as I got the maps in SSF, at least. I never took a break and farmed at any tier. It was just up, 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 done. Constant crafting in SSF to fill out the gear. There is a generic bug with travel skills, it seems. So when you interact with an object, it can bug. Are you sure it's not that? And in those cases it helps to just do this. Just grab the skill, put it back, grab the skill, put it back, and it fixes it 100% for me. I don't know that boss. I'll see if I find it. And for anyone who hadn't seen, I updated the bot to have regex for browsing your stash. So precursor regex, and I added one with quantity per request. Although it will give some semi-false positives, because it will give like anything with quantity, like quantity of splinters, not just quantity of items. It's simply not possible to fit those patterns in so few characters. There, pretty good quantity. The bot can list all the commands, of course, and just copy paste it in your stash for mapping and grab the ones you need. So now it looks like insanity. You want just 17 to 18, and you want good rolls. Poof, there you go. There are your maps, your precursors. And you might not have them unless you have tons, so I usually just run without the quantity. I don't care that much, and just have 17 to 18 of the ones I want. But this time I'm gonna actually take Expedition again. Seem to be low on irradiated, actually. Icons are so small in these mega tabs. There we go. And Expedition. Run out of Expedition mats, so I have to fill up a bit. But which is Asmadi? Is that the wizard? Because he seems really buggy, the one that sometimes shoves you into the wall and you get stuck there. And yeah. Gas grenade is a crossbow skill, which means you would have to completely change the build or give up your shield charge weapon swap. And I tried it long ago. It seemed like a good skill, but I don't like losing the weapon swap. So I've never really used it a lot. Just tested. This way then.
Spread the infection. Barely broken sweat.
Backtrack and do this after. Kind of lose all the stacks when you go down. It's an exceptional ornate plate. Don't imagine I will ever need it, but and the Arrow Nova actually becomes very decent. So now, for example, I'm only using Arrow Nova with my headhunter stacks. It kind of clears anything as well once strong enough.
Patience. Quick and lethal. Not yet.
These strong boxes feel very underwhelming. All strong boxes, to be honest, have felt very underwhelming. I used a lot of them early on and like always felt like a waste of time. Sadly, only things that are good are the uniques, and the armor and weapon one also seem underwhelming. Really, get like one unique, and I don't think it prefers any high tier, just some random garbage and like, oh wow, one dyad crossbow, thank you. Like if I just continued, cleared the map, started the next map, would have gotten more loot than one trash tier unique. And I even had full strongbox spec early on to primarily to get the unique slot machine money thingy. What's it called? Researcher. Yeah. Yeah, I've been swapping between essence when I need essence and when I have a stash, so I feel, yeah, I don't really need essence right now. Then I go and grab Exiles, because Exiles is very nice with the league mechanic and so on. And kind of nice in general. Yeah, this one is actually nice. Should have used those. I have some actually.
Patience. Rather not break my back.
Never mind. Where is this boss? Up top. Of course, I did not grab the checkpoint. Place time fast.
Not yet. Patience.
So this mobility is what you lose out on if you have the gas grenade, other things, extra boss damage, etc. And my boss damage is still very high. This is with maxed boss tree, full difficulty. And I can have so much more damage if I optimize for it. It's just that bosses are a few seconds here and there that I don't really care for it. See, like, I do 2 growths and she's basically dead, right? Yeah, okay, I need 3 set of growths, possibly. So it's really whatever if I shave off a couple seconds on something that's already fast at max difficulty. Need to clear. Did I shock it? If so, I don't know. Headhunter, of course, I guess. Or did I have Headhunter? Then I don't know. If I did not have a Headhunter stacks, I shouldn't shock. I did try to use lightning attunement on the growths, which works perfectly fine and shocks bosses. But I don't know why I otherwise would shock. I have no lightning damage. Not sure. Tell me if it happens again and let's see if we figure it out. How high was the shock percent? But yeah, the strongbox did help me early on because one of my first maps I found researcher strongbox and it gave me a 6-link instantly and that was nice. But apart from that one time, it has been extremely underwhelming. I think in general with the Atlas, I think this is a very strong node. I path here to take the exiles. I think this node was buffed since they changed how maps work. It used to be that this had 50% chance of doing bad things or good things. And now it always does some good things. Just not exactly what you want every time. And yeah. See if I have some emeralds to make. Gonna try without poison a bit again, because it makes no sense why it would feel better, since it already has 100% chance. It, should not do anything. 118% poison. And crit. Really updated this at all. Could put more stuff, but yeah. Rapid attacks 3 and culling strike is all. For crit chance, it's probably best to check your gear in Path of Building. And if you want some very rough ballpark figures, if you have 50% without pinpoint critical, run overextend. If you have less, run pinpoint critical. Just keep in mind that having too much crit probably does nothing, because the strongest poison stacks will overwrite the weaker. So as long as you can spam poisons on something, you will do 0 more DPS from, for example, 70 to 100 crit on bosses. It could help in some minor situations where you have limited stacks and so on, but for clear, higher is always good, but not a priority. Hitting 60-ish is very comfortable. 60, 70. If you go over that limit, I think POB will also tell you that some other node is higher damage than poison. So let's look through these. So this is what us SSF pores have to do to make ends meet. I don't know. You do run ghost dance, right? But yeah, I mean, evasion is, you have to be a little careful. Assuming you have everything else up to par, should be good. Maybe just be more careful. Chance to chain of terrain. Ah, dead. So, all that work and the SSF poor got nothing. Yeah, just make sure you're always moving. That helps a lot. In many situations in PoE, you can't see what's happening. Like, there's literally things everywhere. Just make sure you never move where you were a second ago, because so many things will target it. Always keep moving somewhere else, either forward or worst case, back. But never stand still and attack, never move back to a place you passed through previously, etc, etc. So part of it is could be movement patterns, and part of it just, you know, reflexes or what habit of learning what each mobs do, which you can push through, which you can't, etc. Yeah, running assault will be the best defensive, since it allows you to move out of anything while attacking. I can't imagine anything can be as good as running assault defensively, because being able to move away, almost everything in this game is tuned for the speed you have with a normal dodge roll. So you should move, you should almost stand still, then you should dodge roll. But with running assault, it just kind of trivializes so much of the content that you just, yeah, this boss does that. Cool story, bro. I'll just move and blast him in the back. So, yeah. Keep moving, never path back where you have been recently, and just decide when you can move forward and when you have to go back. And the better you become at it, the less often you ever have to go back. And yeah, the deflection nodes, since it seems that they have extreme diminishing returns, it really seems to be the best to just have a couple token nodes and live with it. Yeah. Could grab this as well. It will only intersect with 2 nodes though, so never mind. Yeah, and after 96 and 97, surely at 98 you basically can't die. Because even with the Omen that protects it, losing 2.5% is a lot. That's why I run ritual on most maps to always have a stack. I don't die much though.
Not ready.
Yeah.
Spread the infection. Too slow. Nowhere to run. Patience.
Was a bad layout for a breach. And of course, if you do headhunter, it not only gives damage, it also covers your defenses a lot. But yeah, it's not like it makes you immortal. And I live very heavily off good reflexes and overview and so on. I don't like to brag. Actually, I like to brag, but I don't make that many mistakes. And yeah, a lot of habit of playing this build, I think. But I am like, if a game has like, I play with say 80 MS, I feel like I can't play it because it feels too off. So sometimes when the EU servers have had issues and I try to play on some server with 80 MS, it's like, nope, can't play. Doesn't work. Can't do anything in time whatsoever. Just log off. And same with this graphics lag. I feel completely disabled when the FPS drops to like 60 and everything goes so slow and choppy. I think the stream fixes it quite nicely because I have it on the second screen, and when it lags like crazy, the stream still looks quite okay. I think it probably just fixes the frame pacing somehow, but for me, like now, it's a pain to play. Like even there, it dropped to 71 FPS, and yeah, I think that still looked good, fluid on the stream, at least somewhat, but on my client, it does not. Lossless what? I think that's more... No. Would that do anything for PoE? I think it's just a worse performance DLSS thing. Seems really neat though. I think I read about it for like cards that don't support DLSS maybe. And I don't use frame generation because not in PoE. Because that would not feel... I don't think that would feel good in a game where Yeah, like it's extremely latency dependent. I've not tried it, but if I would do it, it would does it even have a frame generation? But yeah, there must just be something wrong with this patch, because I have roughly as strong a computer as you can get, like a 5090. It's overclocked. Both my GPU and my CPU are in the top 100 3D Mark Hall of Fame and so on. Spent some little time having fun with overclocking this spring, and I just the only thing that seems to work is sometimes clear the shader cache, and it works so well in the previous leagues. Like I always would have it like this locked 120 FPS CPU 3 to 6 ms, you know, and people would actually ask like, how can you possibly have 120 FPS in these fights? And now this patch, nope, won't work. Someone's gonna ask which day is it today, but it is Monday. Probably just gonna spend like an hour today or tomorrow to farm a weapon in Destiny 2. That's only available this week, but I'm not gonna do it today. If I can push it until tomorrow. Usually play Destiny on and off. One of those people who really want to find more like a permanent game to play, but almost nothing is good enough to play more than a few weeks these days for some reason. So I, like many others, keep jumping between PoE, Diablo, Destiny, Darktide, World of Warcraft, other MMORPG releases, and feel that there should be a big overlap between Darktide, Destiny and PoE, since they are in some way a lot like 3D ARPGs. Oh, done. This rondel of fragility, I actually tried. I don't really like those, you know, act races they have, because I don't really love the campaign, but I still tried. And I found this early on, and I thought this will be good, this will carry me. But no, since I don't know the campaign well, or I know it quite well now, I did not know it that well then. The minus 30 always really crushed my damage. It should have probably been one of the best drops you can get early on, and it just turned out to be garbage. Yeah. Also like that new Deadlock, you know, that Valve is making. Like a 3D MOBA. It's a lot of fun, but they, last I played it, they still had lots of balancing issues and some really cheesy builds with too much CC and random AoE damage just determined too much of the fights, and too much jungling. I don't love that aspect of it. Would be more fun if they just highly cut down on the PvE part and just made it PvP. What did that ring have again? Oh.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
So, another tower. Yeah, the games might be a bit too long, right? And I think much of that time could be cut down by drastically reducing just money farming. But it has potential. Let's see how it turns out. Just have everything they did while I played it trended towards more leaning into the economy and MOBA stuff that I personally don't like. So it looked like it was going the opposite direction of what I would have wanted. But they're not making the game for me, so we'll just have to see how it turns out. I also think those hero shooters are quite good, like Overwatch 2 when it was only one tank. Really quite good. I only tried it briefly, but Marvel Rivals also seemed like a very good game. I was planning to play it sometime when I had a lull in gaming activity. I think it would be so much fun if those UE events they have, if you just started at the end game, started with some basic gear tier 1 maps instead of starting through the campaign, because just learning the campaign perfectly becomes such a chore that you have to do before you can even try the race event endgame. And while the end game is more improvised and yeah, the campaign is more like learning a synchronized dance. It's kind of like the heavyweight boxers before their game. They had to do a 8-hour dance routine, and whoever made it through best got a rest, and then they started the fight. It's like some wacky weird thing to have in an event. Really like those in PoE1 though, where you had like a week to do the campaign and grind whatever, like the endless delirium, the endless delve, all those were a lot of fun. Did win some Demigod's Authority in some of those. But back then I rarely had full time to commit a week. But I hope they do more like those events in PoE2 than the Act Race events. I imagine they are more fun for everyone, because the Act Race event are probably between the same 3 people in the world every time. And no one else needs to bother. While those week events, they gave rewards to everyone for reaching Act 5 or 10 or... I thought it was nice at least. I thought it was the most fun in all of PoE1. No, I don't like Dark Souls games, because again, they are too much alike. Not amazing gameplay, but you have to learn the timing of a synchronized dance. So, to each their own, but it's one of my least favorite categories of game. I did like Remnant 2 though, if you tried it. More like a semi-FPS Dark Souls-like game. It was a lot of fun, lots of puzzles and so on. But I really want to like the Dark Souls. I bought Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 sometime in some bundle. also only supports 60 FPS, which I can't really stand. And same with what's it called, Elden Ring. People say so many good things about it. I've read all the books of George R. Martin, that he has written. And he has written much of the story in that game, I think, right? And I wanted to play it, but I start and the gameplay is just, nope, I can't play this.
Flourish.
Is it complete? No. Need rituals.
Patience.
So I tried chancing charms a bit. No luck, of course, with the ancient orbs, but that could just be random. So I'm not sure if it can work or not. It was hard to find info on it. But you cannot even click the orb on a golden charm itself. So I don't know what that means for chancing Rite of Passage with the ancient Omen. So might just remove them from the loot filter. Just adding them because people mentioned how good they were. Two. It's called Omen of Amelioration. It's a semi-rare from the rituals. So if you buy all of them and you run a lot of ritual, you can build a stack, but if you die a lot, they are gonna run out instantly. So you still have to almost never die and then it will protect you. And from, say, level 96-ish on, you really need to not die and you need to protect with this. Unless you have some ultra tank build. Whittling, I've been waiting for this a long time. 2.5, should be able to buy it easily. Whittling is one of those items that feel really like a jackpot to get in solo self-found. Because you can usually do something really good with it. Feels like getting a mirror, more or less. I have no clue what that Omen costs in trade. Maybe it's trivial to just buy a stack and have. But in SSF, they are at least semi-rare. You have to grind ritual all the time to keep them up. Whittling is mine. Happy times. Our fat looting quota of the hour has been filled. satisfying packs. Many happy sounds, many good times. And I still want to try a medical experiment and go and play these sounds along with a divine or two on unsuspecting people on their commute home on the train and see if it increases their dopamine levels randomly. I bet PoE players have been conditioned to release dopamine when hearing these sounds.
These are our supplies. A useful trade. You did well in that. I have many, sir.
So let's see what my whittling can do. This is obviously really good. Not worth gambling with. All high tiers. Also not worth. Maybe. Because while int is very good, it's a low roll and I don't think I need it. Also an option, of course, but it has failed already, so no. No, nothing. It's nice. Always nice to have a spare whittling. Here are my nice boots I built for my Tailwind experiment. Sadly, it has life instead of more energy shield, but it would still be good enough. So hard to get better stuff in SSF. No Omen of Echoes. Seem quite rare. I found so many early on. I thought, yeah, I can always use these Omen of Echoes. They are cool. Just allows me to do whatever with the desecrations. But I ran out and now I found none of them. Pretty much one the last few days. So good roll. Same, I guess. Could wall them. See what they get. This one got 9% quality. So that's good. Could wall my other charms as well. Could have way better.
Down. You there. Local. Too weak. Too slow. Need more time.
Have I been faster than the fog again? Yeah. The classic from PoE1. Delirium maps were always the slowest if you had a fast build, because you had to wait for the fog to propagate. But first time it happens to me in PoE2. Lap number 2. And yeah, I'm gonna look at the passives to make the breach faster. Might expect that it closes slower in the beginning, but surely don't need that now. Should update. Lap number 3. Stuck. Yeah. Full clear.
I'm not ready. Not ready.
Suspect this map has reduced CDR, because I can't blink when I want.
Patience. Suffocate. Nature forgives.
Crit chance and DPS will be depending on the rest of your gear, so it's impossible to answer without you importing it into POB. But additional arrow or socket, and just socket and additional arrow is priority 1 for sure.
Yes.
Tier 1 ES. Let's see what I have. Tier 2 ES. Can it search for tier 1? No. Here we go. Ah, Vile Robe. Tier 2 will have to do then. This is eye level 80. 78. 81. This one. Success. And now I should be able to regal this and hit another energy shield, since it doesn't have any other mods to deterministically craft. It can hit a suffix as well though, but if it does, that should be fine. Homogenizing coronation. Is there one to force prefix? No. Well, let's try. I use greater, don't have perfect. No. Because I had text here I saw wrong and I chaosed it and destroyed it. Good times. Oh well. Shit happens. I don't have a wasp, but my next, if I ever add another spirit aura, I probably would add a haste pet. For clear at least. But then I would need to make a near perfect evasion chest with spirit, and that is a solid option. I just don't have any in SSF. I think my best one is this, and it's not nearly good enough. It needs to hit the flat evasion, the high percent evasion, and spirit to be viable. That was really dumb. I have such a good helm anyway though. It's okay.
Diffusion. You there, local, come here. Easy trophy.
Would run some more of these as well, so I don't have to have these on maps. Can't really fit them. I saved so many expeditions earlier. only farmed enough to finish the max tier boss for points. It's a shame Counter Sesk is so expensive, but still worth it if you're trade rich and don't want to sit and spam corrupt them yourself. And remember that the very best option is to buy exceptional bases for Zealot bows with 3 sockets and chance them and then hit 4 sockets or additional arrow, so you can have 3 sockets, additional arrow, or even elect to have 2 additional arrows and still 2 sockets for damage. And if I had played trade, I would have had that on day 1, I guess. Now I do not. Fine. So it's gonna be a rare. Yeah, you can have 4 sockets. The game has added exceptional items. What happened now? I take this as a badge of honor. You have been kicked for performing too many actions too fast. I take it as a compliment. Just logging in again. And I can add, I absolutely use 0 macros, even mouse binds, nothing ever in any game. Or any sort of cheat, so that was a funny thing. Wonder what I did. Didn't feel like I did anything strange, just tried to rush past a mob and go down in the hole. Some point I'm gonna farm those as well. I only killed 2. So yeah, exceptional white Celot bows. Just buy them. People have been doing it previously in the chat in Hood Play Trade. Chance them. It's a very high chance to make Sliver Tongue. My statistics is still over 50% chance, I think. Even though I had 8 out of 10 in the beginning. And then you will simply have a 3-socket Sliver Tongue that has a chance for 4 sockets or additional arrow. And it's not expensive. People seem to sell those cheap, unless it has become more popular now.
Have you found more? If you must.
This is good.
Goodbye.
However, I kinda need the mark skills effect to go away, otherwise I won't use it anyway. So here's to nothing. Dead. Dead. Yeah, I have both been very lucky and very efficient with the SSF crafting and so on. But the luck has been off the charts. It kind of felt like Chris or Jonathan has watched my stream when I ask for a headhunter, it drops next map, and when I speculate that Rislatha would be very good, I just get it. Kalandra's touch as a little bonus, and I think I found all the support gems that are rare that I want. But my Sliver Tongue, on the other hand, does not want to get 2 arrows. And Countess Sesks doesn't want to drop, so ups and downs, I guess. Still can't ever click those. Auto-targeting wants to attack instead. It started to sprint. Happens sometimes. I have to always lightly tap a blink, and sometimes I think there's a tiniest bit of lag, it can decide to sprint anyway. Very dangerous. At least I only do it a couple times per day. So.
Find more priest remnants for my research.
Yeah, it's there in the description. Poison is generally very strong early on as well now. But you can, of course, go Lightning Arrow if you're more comfortable with it. But if you go Poison early, go pretty much the same skills, but also use Contagion. Contagion will carry the AoE clear. It's absolute top tier early on. And it's a lot more convenient against bosses than Lightning Arrow, where you have to spam all those little stuff, and if the boss moves, you're screwed. Here you only need the Vine Arrow for entire Act 1 and spam Poison Burst on top of Vine Arrow and the boss. Can't say I've timed how fast you can do Act 1 with one or the other option, but it's definitely fast. I leveled with it, and I was... When the leveling was done, I was like rank 4 overall, so it can't be too bad. But before all the poison stuff was buffed and Vine Arrow was fixed, it literally didn't work at all when you had certain conditions. Then definitely Lightning Arrow was much better to level with, and I think a lot of people still think that's the case, and I think they're both good now anyway. Even when Lightning Arrow was overall much stronger to level with, I still tried to make some runs, and Poison Burst plus Vine Arrow was still better in the Countess Tomb and what's he called? The Consort. Because they circumvented those annoying shield mobs. You can just blast them on top and you don't get reflected on, and they just die. Yeah. I mean, it's not a super complicated build, but you have to get down the combos of the Vine Arrow, the Groves, how to blow them up. And if you don't do that properly, it's gonna suck a little bit, but you have to learn it at some point, and it's not that much to combo. So I need to grab my regex again. Out of ritual. Can use expedition for a bit, I guess. Here's +1 level. Not allowed to see this node for some reason. Very secret. There. Right, so only this one. And I need to build a tier 16. New map. Spamming logistics work. Out of exalts again. 6 of these. Basically not sustaining exalts by slamming in SSF. And usually not sustaining vals, if always valing. It's a bit sad. Overrun by the Abyssal. It's the jackpot. %91 increase, sounds good. This one to fix, and the rest to wall. Still gonna run this, I guess. Or something. Alk, Exalt, Val, and Go Crowd. I don't know the chances. You can likely find it on PoEDB if you check the weights. Just from experience, I'd say chance for sockets is quite high. And just did a quick look some days ago at the corrupted mods. The additional arrow was, what was it, 1 in 12? But you don't always get an additional implicit. So if you always force your vals with the omen that forces vals, then maybe it's like, I don't know, 1 in 24-ish bows, if that sounds right. But it's just a guess, I didn't check exactly. There's probably some calculator that does it for you. Like, what was it called? Craft of Exile, I remember using. That's still updated. See if it wants to be walled. So this one right here, and then just finish it off. It's a very roundabout path though. So
Suffer!
Could have been better placed, this breach. Keep forgetting to check my Atlas passives for faster breach. I think I have it spec'd. But even faster would be nice. Oh, Abyss on this boss, nice. Why not? That loot, here we go. Sounded fat loot, but was just random garbage. Wonder if they're gonna fix that or if it's intended. It's happened a few times. Abyss in the boss room.
Spread the infection. And lethal.
Yes.
Will be the level 82 zone for this area. What do we have here? Sealed vault. Ah, someone that failed. It's alright, I'm gonna try two things now. First of all, check my breach tree if I can improve it for more speed. And I'm gonna see if I can truly max out the damage on Wind Dancer. Possibly sacrifice some utility support on it to see if it will kill stuff, because even in the juice maps I see it's close to killing many things, and that could actually be better. Better to have the enemy dead than maimed, when the poison can maim anyway. Been a very long time since I got any of those 10 breaches. Got several earlier. I've gotten any in forever now. But yeah, at least I have some here. Good map. Lucky on a level 82 as well. Spirit Gem, level 20. Second one I ever find. That is really nice. Will give me a chance to Val my Plague Bearer. Yeah. Simply have to clear inventory here. It's like, I'll type it. Something like C and then your user name. Let's see, so I don't lie to you, but you can Google it and find it probably as well. In there. And update is a hidden folder, but yeah, find your username and replace it, and then there will be a folder called Path of Exile 2 or something, whatever you have made, and in it there will be DirectX 12 shader cache and Vulkan shader cache, and if you delete those it will almost certainly help, because for some reason they don't clear it and seem to leave it full of garbage data. And then in your NVIDIA settings put unlimited or 100 gig or something, so they can do what they want.
If you must.
For shader cache size, assuming you have that much disk space and so on. But yeah, happy times. Now I can wall a whole bunch of plague bearers. Finally. Only have 5 walls left though. See if I can do it in 5. Ah, right, I am completely lost. I have to 6 link and... Yeah, let's see. Spirit gems. I talk too much, lose track of my own thoughts sometimes. Need spirit gems, not normal. I guess those 5. Well, when I reset my settings yesterday, they ruined some restrictions on gem cutting, probably. Never seen this quick use currency UI. Am I blind or? I'll keep an eye out for it, but I've never seen it. So where is this? There. Gem cutting restrictions. Val Omens. And go. Boom. -1 level from corruption. Bye bye. -1 level from corruption. -1 level from corruption. How about +1 level? Lost 1 socket. -1 level from corruption. Like literally bad rolls 5 times in a row. But sure, I'll get it at some point. Now I am out of Vals, quite simply. 3 more 6 links to try with.
You did well if you must.
Yeah, exactly that one. Shader cache D3. If you are using that, just open the folder and delete everything inside with the game not running probably, and then start it again. So, bad luck, but it's just a matter of time.
This'll do nicely.
Such lag.
Patience.
Proximal.
Stay light, stay alive. Got no pack space for that.
Gifts from above. Got to loot every possible base in these 82 maps. An SSF at least. No blinking here.
Not yet. Suffer.
Speak.
Yeah. There are those there. See if I have one of those lucky. Nope. Still poofed. Should have been a pretty solid chance. Yeah, that's how I ran it for a long time until I have Spirit for Blink. It's very good as well. Omen of Putrefaction. Fat loot. Greater Exalted.
Another one down.
Yeah. It's just that it would only work on those who are pinned. Do you pin like everything? But the bosses always get auto-pinned by the growths at least. I just had this tree when I had companion, like done. Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't invest more in it, since you can just have something that gives damage to everything. And instead of only when pinned, I looked at those notes, but I didn't see any way you could always have them. But again, it's one of those things, if you highly prioritize boss damage, do spam boss runs, why not? But I also think even then they get immune, and maybe the uptime of pin is 50%-ish. So even then, maybe they are just never worth it. So many of the conditional nodes in the game feel a bit undertuned, like this is a cool idea you have put on the tree, but we're gonna need more payoff to ever use it. Same with the blind nodes, like they are good, but if you have to invest in a bad quiver, for example, to activate them, you lose all the benefit. See if so my blink didn't bug. He died. 3 rotations of growths.
I'm not ready. That would only slow me down.
happen now? Screen black. That's probably it. No. I have only made some personal change because I don't have an additional arrow. So what's in the guide is still correct. But if you have pretty good gear and just like me don't have an additional arrow, you can use Arrow Nova or multi-shot if you use Tailwind Helm, for example. But I think the planner should still be correct and not what I use. I only use what I use for SSF poor reasons. Time for standard joke 1A of the day. How do you know if an Path of Exile player plays solo self-hound? Don't worry, he will tell you.
Hello. I have many services.
No, you almost impossible to get a better bow than Sliver Tongue. It probably is impossible to get a better for clear, and then you can possibly get a marginally better for bosses if you want to swap for bosses, but then it should probably be a higher damage base than Gemini.
Let us hope Zest now lies dormant. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
So, just gonna check my tree to see if there is one slower. Why would I have slower? Probably picked it early on. This is good. Open and close faster. What more? They have Soul Eater. It means I get Soul Eater. That's pretty good. So yeah, probably Soul Eater. Try it for a while. I dropped the headhunter. And yeah, I've worked for a long time as like systems consultant and IT engineer. problem manager and other things. But yeah, I dropped it in a vault of Kamasa. And I know the dark arts of regex from Linux sysadmin stuff, which is kind of neat for PoE. I'm not the best in the world at it, maybe, but I can make more efficient things than the generators, at least. Yeah, it's very strong against bosses. Most die in a few seconds. With worse gear, I timed tier 3 Pinnacle King of the Mists to 22 seconds in the intro of the video there. And yeah, I think that's the only way to use the Twilight Key. Yeah, it was done. Or was it? I think not. Knew there was something. Will I even be able to? No, there's no way. Yeah, it's been a fun league. They have sorted out so many issues with the game and quality of life stuff, and I'm very happy that a build like this that uses at least a few comboing abilities is actually strong. Personally, I would wish they would do more. I also think they should probably delete Headhunter from the game, because as soon as you get Headhunter, it partially turns into PoE 1 again. But overall, very, very good league, very good patch. Most fun build I've probably ever played in an ARPG.
Suffocate.
So nice with the movement and situationally using a few different skills. What do we have here? Really annoying layout. I did farm the Frozen Mandible, but that pet was so annoying that there is no chance I'm gonna use it, because it constantly throws ice effects on the ground and you never know when you should dodge them or not, so I found it not useful, since I only had it as a stat stick. But yeah, I found it was fast. And now I'm having a pet project of trying to tame pets while playing as an extra challenge. I keep forgetting, but if you remind me sometime, I will tame pets. Got a few yesterday. Got a temporal bubble. What's it called? Proximity shield. But if you don't mind the annoying effect of the frozen mandible, then it's very, very good. I imagine there's a fair chance pets are completely useless with headhunter because they just won't keep up. They started to sometimes not keep up, even without, when moving fast. Dead. I got a little glitch, or whatever you want to call it, where I blink and I hold the button for just a split second too long, and the game thinks I want to sprint. I sprint, I get stunned. That happens once or twice a day, but I accept this for the price of having blink. Can run this. And the projectiles are this format because of this, which I don't recommend unless you have strong gear, because it ruins the DPS by a lot. But I've never found additional arrow, so... No, not really, just all the blink stuff, which I did use all day, so not really anything. I'm trying now without poison again, because I don't see why the poison support should work. Maybe it doesn't do anything and it was just snake oil and I got a lucky streak of bosses and it should work anyway. Because by any info I found, poison chance over 100% shouldn't do anything. So I'm trying without now to see... Because it could just be boss size. Let's say I found 5 random big bosses in a row and like, oh yeah, this works. And then I found small bosses which do not all get hit, so I'm trying to run without poison support again because there's no reason it should work. I've heard that you can log out when you get stunned like that too, but I didn't think of it, or ideally shouldn't do that, I guess. But yeah, maybe I will. It's not exactly my fault that blink and sprint aren't 2 separate keybinds. I think what happens is when the game lags just a little, for some reason sprint can extremely rarely activate on blink. Or maybe it's just brain lag and I hold down the key for a split second. Ah, you can do that in the in-game even? Yeah. I mean, if that's allowed, then I'll do it. I try to never use even semi-exploits overall in games.
Choose what you need. A useful trade. Go.
No, it's pretty much impossible to make a better bow. This one can have additional arrow if you sock it or corrupt it, and this has more damage thanks to the crit than anything but an extremely high tier bow. I think many people look at the DPS alone, and many of those crafting overlays shows, this one is 200 DPS, this is 400, but they don't realize that this has 2.5 times more crit, which is literally, 150% more-ish damage for a crit build, or more. Just ballpark comparison. So unless you have an extreme fishbow that also has crit, like a tier 1 crit roll, it's never gonna compare. And for clear, it's never going to be better because this has fork without damage penalty and pierce without limits. That's why you can just blast a bit and you can clear an entire abyss as far as the arrow range and poison spread allows. Just put some random map here. That would be annoying. Yeah, so the only reason to have any other bow ever would be for killing pinnacle bosses a few seconds faster. So I would never use it for clear. I had a good bow last league that had crit and I can't remember, but the top end damage was like 400 something, like the number on it. I don't remember the DPS. And it was like does not even compare. So while that was the best I tried, I can simply not see any way ever that a bow without this fork piercing can compare. Because it's something like getting... To replicate that effect, you would probably need something like 4 extra supports to replicate the endless pierce fork. Like, you can't even replicate it. But to even come close, you would probably need like 4 supports. So it's almost like it's a 10 link extreme crit decent fishbow that you almost just can't beat. Or another mechanic that can bug shield charge, I guess. Like 1 growths enough to kill these bosses. 1 set of toxic growths with Sliver Tongue and... yeah. But these bosses are so easy, they are like... I think they are don't include the boss difficulty. But I killed the boss, the map bosses fast as well. The proper ones. highest crit, but also the highest flat base damage. You want all things, but one additional arrow is like number one. Because that... yeah. It's really annoying for clear to not have any extra arrows. And the arrow directions is Arrow Nova, which I don't have in the build. I just temporarily use it until I find additional arrow. Since I have strong gear now and can carry the damage penalty. But I don't recommend it. Unless you're in the same situation as me. Where did she go? And again with the whole sliver tongue thing, that even if there is some weird way to craft some mirror tier bow with some weird thing and a gazillion arrows or whatever and high damage and high crit, you still shouldn't do it until you have mirror tier gear on every single other slot in your entire build, because it's just a misuse of resources, so to speak. Like, when you can get an absolute top tier bow for free, just use it and put your resources towards all the other gear slots. Good old Tangle Tongue. What does bifurcate even do? Just save it for fun. I'm a SSF hoarder. I have many things in my maybe pile of things to try. I cleanse. I usually look at these for +1 level, run those with a tier 16. And if there are many around them, then I cleanse. And as far as I remember, you can get lucky and get another area with +1 after. Right, I was gonna swap some stuff on my Wind Dancer as well. See if I can spec it for pure damage instead of utility. Because it actually looks like it's very close to killing even high tier packs. If hit. Drop the maim from it probably. Or the underblind. See what I can fit in. Now I accidentally blinked again, it decided. And activated sprint. Could have just as well died. Have to tap sprint. Tap blink very lightly. Just need to make better habits, I suppose. Didn't do it yesterday more than once or twice, but today I've done it 3 times already. Maybe I'm heavy-handed today. Yeah, had to spam some pots. Yeah, it would be real nice if they separated sprint to a different key. Wonder why they decided to just be like hold the button after blah blah. Maybe it's for console convenience, not add extra buttons. Yes, if you corrupt a low BGM, you can still upgrade it. Just make sure you have quality and sockets.
That would only slow me down.
So I finally found a second spirit gem. So now I am trying to Val or... Aha, did you chance it? Lucky. No, the first upgrade is Plague Bearer. And then it's Dead Race between Poison Burst and Toxic Growth. Both are important. And for quality, Plague Bearer is also first. And Toxic Growth second.
You did well in that excursion.
Aha, so you used it on a different belt? Because that Omen can give you a belt of any type. Yeah. So I never used it on belts. I tried it on other things. I'm not sure what the best use is, but clearly if you got it, that's nice.
Fine.
I kind of need 3 good affixes on them, otherwise I won't replace them anyway. But yeah, one theory people had was that these ancient orbs, Omen of the Ancients, could upgrade charms to golden charms, but I'm not sure if it's true. Because... yeah. Yeah, I used Omen of Ancient there. If you meant me. But on the belts, I'm not sure. I have no clue what the odds are. If anyone has tested it or if it can be known by the weights. Yeah. Because it's not going to be like, you know, 1 in 10 or anything. It's still going to have extremely low weight. And if you are in trade and buy bases, you can probably just check which level headhunter needs, because I don't think it's very high level. Check on PoEDB and you can optimize a bit. Maybe make the pool a bit smaller. If you are buying bases anyway, I mean. Yeah, Rislatha belt is always good. You don't have to optimize the roll perfectly. Still adds a fair amount of damage. Even if the minimum roll isn't minimum. I don't like the Mirage Archer at all, since it never procs if you constantly use blink and roll. So for me it simply never works.
Who sent you? What do you need?
The Mirage Archer. Wait, those were 82. Yes, blink is also considered roll. Best quiver is the crit quiver, roughly these stats, but instead of dex you have crit damage. Was not done apparently.
Can't argue with those results.
But with the blink, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's considered or not, because either it works and then it's useless, or it does not work and then it's pointless anyway. So it's like a no way situation.
Throw. Nowhere to run.
Ah, kind of forgot about him.
Speed.
Now, double check if there is +1 level, otherwise it's clear. Here's one, so this one flipped. This one is very secret. So yeah. One node. And I need one tier 16 map. Time to make a few more. Don't have exalts though. And I don't have walls. And I want to use my wall for my gem anyway. I guess that can wait. Let's see if it fails 6th time. And an omen. Lost quality, so yeah. 6 negative rolls in a row. On the 6th link. Yeah, Mirage Archer is just really bad. It might have some use for, like, you know, killing bosses. But again, the build can kill bosses so fast anyway that it would only make sense if you went full bossing and spent your entire days doing boss runs and you had to shave every second off the boss kills, so killing in 10 seconds instead of 11 will actually increase your gains in the day by 10% and so on. So it's, yeah, it is whatever, basically.
Diffusion. Too weak. Too slow.
Really need to figure out how I disabled zoom in this game on the mouse, because it's annoying. And now, question is, can she survive and I bring her to an abyss? No. We cannot. Clear this up later. Full blast with all these stacks. One did not want to die, apparently.
Sprawling death.
Mop up time and loot. Not sure how you mean. If it doesn't show, it is some key you need to hold down. I don't remember which is default. I think it's Alt for me, at least. Or X, or could be Shift default. One or the other. So, nice base, I guess. Not sure if there's any point in this. Too bad to have any potential. I didn't add any build, and all the links are there.
No wonder you were locked away.
It would have been better down here. Well, saw it too late.
To the dirt.
Just getting a drink. Be right back.
In cooking, cleaning, fix all the wood by myself. I just have to try it, and now I have to make it. Shush, I'm talking normally.
Mm. And back, now armed with monster. No additional tier 16. I don't know, I think they don't sell it here anymore, but I like that assault. It's basically like their version of Coke, right? But otherwise just the normal standard. This monster thingy. I used to have a webcam when I played, but it was so annoying because it kept always glitching out, and I considered getting another, and then I just didn't care. I could if you really want, but not gonna sort it now. I have on some older videos, so playlists there on the channel. I got for some reason, against better judgment, I got a Razer webcam some years ago. I thought since I have Razer anyway for my mouse, which I don't anymore, it's nice to have the same software for everything, but it is obscene, like it works if you don't have Razer's software. But if you have Razer software, which you have to have for the mouse, then it simply would not work. It constantly glitched out every time, started something, doesn't work, have to fix it, have to close the Razer software, have to start it, it was such a hassle that I just gave up. Maybe it would work now. Rehab. I'm not sure if I have that. Is it like lemon-ish? I'll do the one for 2 million. Fun. Done it a couple times before. But I think it's exactly the same chance no matter the price.
Spread the infection.
A pretty scary headhunter auto blink there. Where is the last rare? Regardless, need to finish this. Fairly normal, healthy stuff. I'm kinda trying to max blast, you know, right now, so I have my food and ate in the loading screens. Very healthy. But I ate rice and chicken.
The infection.
I am overall quite fit, not very fat belly at all. I have been an elite athlete once upon a time, competed in biathlon. And while I'm like too naturally big probably to be ever good at such sport, I did okay. never won anything, but I competed with the, national team athletes in the same competitions and so on. Never won any competition, never even finished top 3, but I only did it for one winter season. Most people in such sports weigh like 70 something kilos, sometimes even less. And if I am fit, I weigh like 90. And yeah, it is too much. It's one of those unfair things that say in boxing you have weight classes, but in endurance sports it's just no, be the smallest, lightest possible, makes no difference.
Take our gold and go.
Could perhaps increase engagement in endurance sports if people had, at least for casual like competitions and so on, for weight classes, and people could see, I'm actually quite good for the 85 plus kilo weight class at running, whatever.
What do you need?
Thought about it many times. But there are other sports that are usually tall, heavy people for endurance sports, like rowing and so on. I never really tried, but I actually have a rowing machine I use sometimes. Was going to change something else, but what was it? No. Unless you want to go really slow and not use your dodge roll or blink, you can't really use it.
Sprawling death.
It's the same for any build, really. You can use it if you want, but if you want to blast, you can't use it. I'd say that it's probably not good overall to have that combo, except for bossing, maybe. Proximal, I guess. Good stuff. Our first catch of the day.
I'm not ready. Diffusion. I need more time.
Ah! Blink again. Have to be more careful. It actually wouldn't let me blink through that passage that looked on the map, so I pressed again, and then the game thought I wanted to sprint. That sucks. Kinda not making good progress. But I was really careful with it yesterday. Just need to always tap it very lightly. Yeah, or just make it a separate keybind. Like many things they have that you can separate. Like, do you want your left click to be move only? It should just be make this button sprint and this one is blink. Like any other skill. We go again. Still have died very little. I have a good stash of omens. But yeah, it looked like I could blink through, and since it didn't function, I was like, okay, blink, come on, blink. I pressed again, and it was like, yeah, sprint. You want sprint? We can do a sprint for you. But yesterday I had one death that was completely fair and square. And I had an ultra juiced step. I don't even know which mods it was, but it was really juiced. And the mobs just kept cunning, and I kept running through. And they just rushed and charged and stomped and jumped until I had nothing I could do. I was just overwhelmed. It was like no blink, no movement, no nothing I can do, no nova, no shooting. I just jump, dash, run, attack. One of few cases where you literally should have just cleared from range and took it easy. let's see. Can I in any way get him to an abyss, wherever he is? And question 2, is it worth the time? Probably not. It's too far away. Don't even know where he is. Here. Visceral, the crit quiver is best.
Not yet. Barely broken sweat. Need more time.
Did they put all the mobs? Feels strange density.
Can't complain.
Mappos must have some pat mods. Be so slow to kill. Probably enfeeble. Can't really find anything else. Just felt so tanky. Whatever. Maybe he got the delirium influence or something when I was so near.
Goodbye.
Fairly reasonable ring. Slam it for fun with something decent.
Have you found more of what I have many, sir. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Sounds nice if you have additional arrow. I don't play trade, so I have no clue what they cost.
Suffocate! An easy trophy.
Where is the hide and seek crew? Feel that these could probably just finish when you have killed like 90%, so some little snake is hiding, you don't have to look through the whole area. I think they added such things to previous PoE1 mechanics. Sometimes. Couple more attempts for the level 6 link corruption. You'd think it should be quite fast with the Val Omen, since can only get quality up down, skill up down, sockets up down, and then sockets up can't even roll. I don't know what happens if you roll it, maybe nothing. Forces change, it says. It shouldn't, technically.
Diffusion. Not yet.
Ospreys again.
I need more time.
Yeah, so if I center them nicely, I guess the poison chance doesn't matter. Maybe it was all snake oil. Might just depend on the boss size and perfect placement and so on. Save in case. Feels so good to, in Path of Exile 2, be able to just pick an item. I might use this chest without being, I need to 6-link it. This is gonna cost an arm and a leg.
You found more of I serve. Fine.
Five. Might be some left up here. If I'm quick, which I am. No. Jade amulet.
Got no pack space for that. I'm not ready. Stay light, stay alive.
Ah, this one. Kind of neat for early leveling and so on. Sure-footed sigil. Must be quite rare. I think I found it many times at all. Possibly just once ever before. It's actually really good. Wrecked. Oh well. I was gonna fix my gem after.
I serve.
Two more. Then I am all out. There we go. Plus 1 level from corruption. Many times they tell me. 7. But yeah, there are 3 versions linked in the description of the YouTube stream. One is a leveling version. Leveling / early endgame. One is what I run now, and the third is for Tailwind. So... Oh, I hadn't even walled this. Could have done that as well, but... I think my bottleneck was often chance orbs, so... Val orbs. So...
In fact,
There we go. Level 23. Nearly 20k delve. Wonder if this... so weird that it accepts supports and does not update its tooltip, but then again it doesn't show DPS anywhere, and it feels like it works. One perfect left. No, you need to have them 6 linked and qualityed before you corrupt, like I did now.
yes.
What of anything could possibly put on this?
We need to collect. I have many, sir.
So, one good upgrade today. Gonna look through my support so I don't have any weird experiments. So I'm trying to not have a pin and just fully maxing the damage here. Temporarily still using Nova projectiles. Rapid 3 culling strike here. nothing else that works on shield charge, right? That I'm missing. And I was gonna improve this for full damage and see. Just remove maim. Put I assume I can simply put crit on it for consistency as well. Oh really? Does Wind Dancer allow rage? Does it count as a melee hit? And life leech. But yeah, it's not gonna be any good. Nah, I will put pinpoint if it accepts it. It does. See if it kills anything. Otherwise, maim goes back. Sorry, I'm not sure about the companion spirit cost. I think only overall reductions. And this is nothing I would sacrifice for it anyway. But you do run these nodes if you run a companion. So you have easygoing reservation efficiency. If you run a companion, just drop points and take. They are very good. Lots of damage. Maybe I should run the overrun there instead. Since I have 2. Yeah, I'll do it. It's also very, very good map. Straight to highest I could. But it's always not instant in SSF, you know. I only farmed for about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes at one point ever. It was in Act 3 because I was a bit underleveled at the poison boss when I got there. So I just decided that now I'll just take 10-15 minutes, get a level or whatever and come back and wreck it. That's the only place I farmed. And I had just been unlucky. I think I didn't get any bow upgrade or anything for a long time. So no chaos res whatsoever. And she's small, moves a lot, so kinda one of the hardest campaign bosses. Not sure if it's just me, but it felt like parts of the campaign was very overtuned. Clearly the ones they nerfed by 33% and more were overtuned. But even some they didn't nerf felt overtuned, like the 1 or 2 bosses in Act 3 felt harder than it ever was before. And as soon as I was done with the campaign, I went and did the 3rd trial instantly, which was trivially easy. So it must have been hard in the campaign. Very hard this time around. At least on day 1, until they nerfed some things. Kind of neat map to have this on, like safe little safety barriers and guardrails. Now, time for hide and seek mop up. Divine. I've never found a mirror in PoE 1 or 2. Maybe this is the league. That sucks, yeah. But it is common to chance you'll get more soon enough. So many happy noises.
That would only slow me down. Rather not break the back. Suffer!
Better. Not gonna let this happen again. Done. Life. I'll save this one until I can roll. Which I can now. Can also... Nah, not worth the trouble. There we go. This will do.
Cultivate. Local. Hungry.
Wonder if my Queen of the Forest chancing is a pipe dream. Not even sure if it will have a chance to work out, nor if it is even needed with this blink. No. As usual, need to heavily loot in SSF on these 82 maps. Zoom, zoom. And clear.
That would only slow me down.
Hide and seek, Arc Nemesis.
I'm not ready.
There.
Supplicate.
Last square millimeter explored. Just gonna restart my game and test Vulcan a bit again. To see what feels best. I used poison from the start. I think it feels very good now. It's a really good clear with contagion early on. And the boss damage is solid with Vine and Groves and Poison Burst. But if you are more comfortable with the other, I'm sure that's good. Haven't tried to level with lightning in a long time, so could be better, could be worse. We can be allowed to change it here. Still works, yep.
Speak. Speak. This is all we have. I will make use of this.
I shall overcome. Diffusion.
This feels good so far. So strange that it often feels good after you wipe the cache, and then when the cache is built, when it should be better, then it's bad again. So I'm not holding out too much hope now, but I hope to be proved wrong. Another round of hide and seek. Could rename this league to hide and seek league almost. This one is Arch Nemesis, the champion himself. He has cast Burrow. It is super effective.
Got no pack space for that.
Quite decent. Too many things I simply have to save. 30 now. But surely you have 3 sockets at least. If I was in trade, I would just get the 3 socket and call it a day. Not do more admin and just buy an arrow. Or rather a 4 socket. But you do buy the exceptional bases also and try, right? Exceptional 3 socket Cellos bows. Just in case you missed that you can. They were apparently cheap in trade, so you literally have a 100% chance to get 3 sockets and 4 sockets if you're lucky. Can't remember, but surely you did. Yeah, and just chance them. And then you slam them and you get 3 to 4 sockets or 3 sockets and arrow if you do. People were buying them yesterday and they cost only a few X apparently. I guess people leveling just put them out for cheap and yeah. So get it while it's cheap.
Have you found more of what I serve? Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
somewhat interesting. Low attack speed.
An easy trophy. Prepare yourself. Suffer. Not yet.
Is there any chance I can afford? I have missed one. There's a chance I can afford.
That would only slow me down.
Have to have these things. Just SSF poor things.
Not enough pack space for that.
It still sounds good. I mean, don't have to have everything.
Suffocate. Stay light, stay alive.
Yeah, the lightning will do next to nothing. Unless for some reason you have other elemental stuff or want to try plague finger gloves. But I mean, if you have just one mod off, then it's perfectly fine. Don't need better for anything in the game. Start paying my mortgage on this thing. Can I pay more times? No.
Let us hope that now lies dormant.
Can't remember. Was there a good glove essence? Not really. It's not bad, but just need to slam, I guess. Hope it's okay. Do a double slam more. Shame about the life per kill though. But I only use it because I am fairly well geared and have a headhunter and can carry the penalty, but it feels really bad without. At least I thought so. But just try it. If you like it, you like it. Multi-shot works as well. When I used the Tailwind helm, multi-shot felt way better because it got offset by the Tailwind. The attack speed penalty. It's not terrible. No life. So can save. Elemental trickery. Yeah, just remember to not trust the tooltip because several of the poison support and so on don't even affect it.
You did well, I serve.
Spirit but bad. There we go. Tier 1, tier 1, tier 1. It's the perfect base. And if I force prefix homo exalt, it should do another, I hope. Of course I don't have any. So I will actually wait, because this is too good to waste. It is okay, but I'm not gonna use echoes on it. They are too rare. So, really, really solid helm. Well, it's still best to have more spirit for an extra aura. Probably a haste companion, for example. But you only need, because this is pretty much mandatory, and this, and Plague Bearer. So you don't need any spirit at all. If everything else is optional. But I would strongly recommend getting Blink or Companion or Withering Presence. Or something else fun. Many choices. At loot, here we go. But yeah, accuracy is okay. For Companion, just make it immortal with the meat shield thing. What's it called? Here. No. Brutus's Brain. Deals no damage, cannot be damaged, so you always have the aura. And then I just slapped Area of Effect on it. I don't know if anything else works. I am not minion expert. But it does accept Area of Effect support, Magnified Effect, whatever it's called, at least. If it works, I don't know. Yeah, so solid ring for sure. Question is if it at all fits. It kinda does, but not right now. So, saving. Aha, they've risen in price then. But some guys were buying it in the chat like yesterday, the day before, for like a few exalted. Is this node not connected, or I have been scammed? Why not? Let's have a third bridge, if allowed. These tight corridors, it's probably fine. Perfect. And then track down here around. So many effects. Just showers of green death. Nice. Triple breach. Wonder if that means this is a 10. Usually it's a 10, so dense. Right, that saved depths. That sounds like bad luck. How did it roll in the end? Is it still okay or?
I'm not ready. Suffocate!
Because I don't think, to be honest, that it's the end of the world. If the crit is still okay, then it's perfectly fine. And the crit doesn't even have to be maxed. I'm pretty sure mine from last league was nothing special. Just had the extra arrow and it was excellent. Where am I blinking? Here. I'm fully clearing these if they are high level kinda. And, yeah. Chance to get these omens, even if it's low. Collarbone. Sad times. Yeah, quiver is important to make. Just make sure to use the... No, whatever you can. Good Exalt Orbs and the Recombinator, etc, etc.
More time.
I also gamble all my gold in SSF on quivers for a long time until I get one. And then basically whatever I need currently, mainly saving. I did a big 9 million amulet session that gave nothing.
We need to collect. I serve.
All done then. It's a paradise. Another. Guess I go to this tower then. Wonder which way is closest. Might be this way actually, since I want this tower as well. Sorry, did I answer the companion? I don't know anything else than the immunity thing, Brutus's brain, and maybe area of effect. No comment. Enter map and glance away.
Not ready. more time. Stay light, stay alive.
That sounds really good. 11%. Yeah, 2 greater iron, 1 additional arrow. And if you can't afford the additional arrow, then yeah. Oh, 3 iron, I guess. And keep in mind, they also nerfed greater iron rune. So they give what now? 18%? They used to give 25. So when I used this weapon last league, I had 7% more per slot. But it's still strong. No, it's the same build. I just have headhunter and so on now. So gear progression. It's just a support. It lowers the damage by a lot, so I wouldn't recommend it, but you can try. Actually gonna try multi-shot a little bit again.
Speak.
It should work, right? Tier 5 though. So, bye-bye. This turned out really quite okay. No crit, but if I ever need to cover those resists, I guess I can. So many armor desecrates can just try. Fail.
Speak.
It's a good duel, potentially. Or not. Yeah. I think multi-shot even with the attack speed penalty feels way better. But now I've tried Nova again, tie level, so now I know.
You there, local. Come.
Balbala. Who is the boss here? Some sort of death beast.
Need more time.
Where's my breach? There.
Suffer.
Really want some good boots and gloves so I can go Tailwind again. Lose all my exp. I'll do it when I ding, regardless of gear, and we'll see. I have tried, yeah. I didn't like finalize or perfect a build, but Plaguefinger, Gas Arrow, and Ignites, very good. Can likely try Lightning Arrow. The little I tried, it just hits too fast and too weak hits, but it's probably perfectly fine. And but the Gas Arrow, Explodey Gas Arrow, does a big hit. And Snipe likely also very good with it. Snipe is a fair chance you can make a one button build that will just blast and poison and eradicate. I'm gonna try it when I get Plaguefinger, but we'll see. And with the movement that Pathfinder has, it might feel perfectly fine to just go boom, boom, slide around. Good enough. But yeah, even with the attack speed penalty, I think I prefer multi-shot to Nova. Even without Tailwind. Get so much attack speed and stuff, I suppose, from Headhunter anyway. Gonna double check my loot filter, so I have Cellot bow in it. I haven't found one in a long time now. And I messed with the loot filter. Yeah, it's definitely in the filter, so. But maybe it didn't update yesterday. Let's see. This way should be most efficient. That helm is gonna be nice, but I need a homogenization exalt. How much is Headhunter on trade? Because maybe, honestly, multi-shot feels perfectly fine with headhunter. Maybe we can just skip the arrow. It's a bit of damage penalty, but if the price is not insane, could be just a better option. It's not completely unreachable. Remember, I have a depths sword.
Diffusion. Patience.
Who lives here? Fire Witch.
Not yet.
My headhunter, I looted it in a Vaults of Kamasa. I actually saved a short for it on the YouTube channel. Because I said I'm going in here. There will be a headhunter, I just know it. And there was. And I don't sit and say that all day. So it was actually a little bit amusing, at least to me. My conspiracy theory is still that Chris or Jonathan sits and watches and goes, yeah, here's a good guy. He uses the combos properly. Let's give him a little reward. Streamer client tier 0. That's quite expensive, I guess, though, as an arrow replacement, but still, if you can, it's likely quite okay to just run like I do now.
Got no pack space for that. Can't argue with those results.
81.
Who sent you? What do you need?
I know of nothing clever to do to Quiver for crafting. If anyone does, let me know. I slam. Still worth unveiling, perhaps. Or, no, no way. I tried, and I thought I noticed a difference, but then I googled, and it claimed that the vaults are pre-rolled with a random hidden rarity, and you can't change it. So I just ran like regaled tier 15 random maps, and I could not see a pattern in the vaults. Might be better info than mine about it, but I didn't find anything. I only found it claimed it had a hidden modifier and rest doesn't work. So, not terrible amulet, but wrong base.
Yes, I serve. Find more breach remnants for my research.
Map tier changes all such loot drops. So just run it on a 15 if you want chance to have everything. In the... If you want some lower level item, theoretically maybe you can have a higher chance to get it if you run a lower map, but I don't know the breakpoints or if that's any point at all. No, I don't swap at all. The poison burst doesn't do any boss damage anyway. It's and now I run multi-shot. I think I prefer multi-shot with headhunter because I get attack speed to offset the penalty. I was just testing it for like a day to have a feeling for it. So it's not something I swap to. But I think I will keep this until I get an additional arrow somehow. Both with headhunter and tailwind, it offsets the attack speed penalty really nicely. Yeah, but it's a very different build, so I think that could be an okay build, but it's more expensive, and it won't work in this build because it has bad crit. If you ran that bow, you would have to either change to non-crit, or you would have to run North Paw, so I'd say no. I don't think there's any way the Lightning Voltaic Rift is good in this build. I think the reason to run it might be to run like Lightning Arrow instead or something. Which I would like to try if I had one, but I think in every metric it is probably worse now. Because Sliver Tongue is so cheap, and you would still need an additional arrow on Voltaic Rift, right? Again, unless you just run Lightning Arrow or something. So getting additional arrows on Voltaic Rift would likely cost a gazillion. It's impossible to tell, depends on your gear, which stat weight will be best, but simply need to import it in POB and check. But yeah, wow. Multi-shot is so much better than Nova overall. Maybe that was a bit ambitious to go straight into the abyss with Omniphobia and the Gigalag and the Delirium mob spawning on me. I really don't like the Delirium mobs. They are like... When you blink, they seem to already have predicted where you're going to blink and start their swing. So you arrive and they hit you and bam. So I don't really love them. Lowers the clear speed kinda to run it, even if it's extra juicing.
Not yet.
Wow, such lag.
I need more time.
See how... Ah, I made it. So fast. Yeah, overall spray and pray is better for sure. But it can, again, depend probably on your own stat weight. Maybe there is a chance the other is better. And Careful Assassin is cheaper. To clear. I did make one today. I think I just need to make it public. But the only thing I added was my mobility stuff, and I made a final Tailwind endgame version with more proper stats. So slightly more refined. But you already have the link there in the description to the planner, and Let me check the video straight away, so I didn't forget. Sounds good. Everything hit. Bow damage as well. Yeah, I made the video public, but yeah, the planner was already in the description there for the Tailwind version. And I also made it for the mobility trick I found with the shield swap. So it should be live now. And you bamboozled me to forget my loot.
We need to collect. I serve.
Diffusion. Always work. In my sight.
Wrong with him. Tamed him. I wonder if that's any good. Snake.
I need more time.
Yes. Quickly. Who sent you? If you must.
Now to build pack size map, which I might already have. We're 16 on the wrong one. So, could make a few more. Four more, to be precise. Thing has decent levels, so I'll just run it. Or no, I take it back.
Not yet.
They've tamed a beast in here, they have so many. Maybe you lose X from it though.
Spread forth. I'm not ready.
Yes.
See, did I save them up? The +1. I think I ate it. Yeah. No corrupt area here then. What a nice abyss. Save one of these.
Sprawling death.
But yeah, the Tailwind build I put there. It's at least the first one where I swapped some stats around for a more proper final build, but I strongly don't recommend using it if you care about dying, because you will be a bit squishy, especially without headhunter, so it's more like a final tier gear build. And if you have any opinions on nice stats from the new desecrations, for example, to be added, then just tell me. Because I put kind of generics for now, like crit damage, crit chance, and so on.
We meet again. Follow that way.
You there, local. Come
Kind of juice him up.
give the order. Suffocate. I need more time. Too slow.
Mine. Gonna pretend I'm done looting now. Sure, that's fine.
Speak. If you must.
Good roll. No, attack speed is not very important. It's good though, but it's not important. Like crit damage, pure damage is much more important. Attack speed is good overall, but since on bosses, let's say, you will probably max out poison stacks anyway, it has heavy diminishing returns attack speed, because it partially does nothing. But overall, it's very nice for clearing and... But loot, here we go. Hourly quota filled.
Suffocate.
Just a sec. Yeah, send it and I'll have a look. Yeah. Mana isn't the end of the world as long as you have flat fees and life otherwise, but... It's my character name.
I'm not ready.
Ah, the bell actually has sound. Proper. Tier 1.
Not ready. An easy trophy. Not yet. Diffusion. Patience.
I don't know. I never really use the in-game chat, so you'll have to figure it out, or you can link it on Discord. There's a link there somewhere. I read it now and then when I'm not mega blasting. But yeah, this is the character name. I mean, for this build, you don't want lightning damage, you don't want mana. So, if you're in trade, I would just sell it and let someone else worry about it. You can't whittle it, I don't think. Let's see, because the mana is... Actually, you can whittle it because you have such insane rolls. So, Omen of Whittling will take the mana. And, yeah. Either that or just sell it. Yeah, but it depends on the tier. The tiers you have now, mana is the lowest. Whittling will take the mana and it will show you what it takes. So it should absolutely take the mana. So before you probably just didn't check and HP was your lowest mod. So but now mana is your lowest.
Burst! Barely broken sweat. I'm not ready. Need more time. In my sights. Quick and lethal. Burst! Not yet. Not yet.
Scammed.
Not yet.
Yes.
We have here. Who lives here? Rugosa. Don't even remember. Maybe it's a land shark. Haven't seen that on any map. What do you get? Yeah, but that might be okay for some element, I think. Just sell it as is. Or do it again. I don't know if that's the lowest tier now.
I need more time. Too slow.
Why can't I attack? Is it lagging? Have to try to relog. It's completely bugged. Hope I survive. I don't play trade, so I have absolutely no clue. Just get one of those trade macros. Not allowed to take this shrine. Really hope they fix the auto-targeting.
Need more time. You there, local, hungry. Give the order. Quick and lethal.
I've decided I'm gonna try this wisp. Just hope it can progress without
Suffer.
nothing. Never again.
I'm not ready. Slow. Not yet.
Yeah, it's insanely strong. is must be the best or one of the best in price, performance, and certainly a candidate for best overall, although I don't know. Some of those elemental builds really blow stuff up and blast, you know. But I'm planning at some point to try that as well, to just adapt it to try, for example, Lightning Arrow and see that if it insta-clears even better, and combine it with Plague Finger and see how it goes. But I just need to find that stuff, have a few extra 6 links before I can. I finally built my Plague Bearer 6 links, so now I can spend other resources on toys, but
Have you come to
oh,
join?
it's the Siren, she's so slow.
You will join them.
She's gonna insta-die, and then she's gonna roleplay for about an eternity, as far as I remember. Yeah, but if bosses are slow, it's probably just that you don't do the rotation properly, because it is very strong against bosses. I ran the max difficulty, and even on juice maps they usually die in a few seconds. You have to use the Toxic Groves, Vine Arrow, Despair combo. You can put Toxic Domain as well. I'm lazy and not running it because I'm taming beasts for fun, so you definitely insta-kill tier 15 bosses if you have decent gear at no boss level difficulty. Hmm. Ah, yeah, at that level I can imagine it can be a bit tight.
Hello. I have many services.
Just make sure you spend what tiny bit of money it costs to buy like a tier 17, 18 spirit gem for your Plague Bearer, because that's going to be such a big part of your damage, and same with, you know, the other skills. Don't need to max it, but like whatever you can equip. Keep forgetting about my beast. This was a really nice map. My dream is to have a turtle. Bet it's really quick. Hasted turtle. Haste aura.
Not ready.
So, it'll be exciting to see which beast I tamed and forgot about. Wherever could my expedition be? Or did I do it? No. And I want the materials and I have some maps with it for once in a while.
Patience. Need more time.
Very well, I give up. It's not worth this trouble.
Yes, this is all we have. You did well if you must. Who sent you? I have many services. The deal is made. Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
So both spirit and crit have nothing to target, so I just have to slam. Do one more, see what happens. Elephant turtle. Yeah, is it possible to have the big elephant as pet? Kind of obnoxious. Actually think this could fit. Because this has a lot of dead stuff. Assuming I hit spirit. But it's not good enough to use echoes. So, here we go. Fail. But it's still a good amulet if I would magically get spirit elsewhere. Not too shabby. It's just so immensely hard to roll a perfect spirit chest. To make a shrine of fat loot here somewhere. Because there is a non-zero chance that with some spirit on ring and divining my spirit efficiency chest, I could fit something. But yeah, that is pretty far-fetched. Candid precision is the only thing I run. And I would then have
Yes. Go on.
So maybe it could actually work if I divine the chest and hit 30. Would that give 4 spirit? It might. How much does 8 give? 4, 12, so 8. So max divined should give might need a better Ventors, but it could absolutely work. Just can't remember how much the pet reserves. This will be too hard. Let's see if my assists work at all with Ventor. It might work. Close, but not quite. But yeah, still working on trying to fit it. Used to have a spirit solar amulet. If I still had that and couldn't fit it, it would probably work. Like this one. Could try to desecrate that as well. And this, clearly never getting any echoes anyway, so. Yeah, I guess I blew it up. Two good chances at something. Fail. And fail. And again, so far really good. This one at least, just no spirit. Roleplay wise, it makes sense that the demon crew don't give you spirit. Maybe it's a secret disadvantage. This is my shrine to Fat Loot. Now I'm taking my Fat Looters Union appointed break, so be back in a little bit. I am back. Let's see what can be done about the loot situation.
Suffer. An easy trophy. Prepare yourself. Not yet. Patience.
Map has CDR penalty. I don't love it. Probably like, it's not like it's super hard to have a CDR penalty, but it messes with the whole gameplay, so I don't think it should exist. Roughly the same as having reflect in UE1, like you just have to look for it, and when it happens it's annoying, but it doesn't really affect you, but... And river catalyst. Nice. Should have had that from the beginning. Had a couple earlier. But, I mean, XP hasn't been that great today. Those stun deaths earlier. With a blink lag, whatever. I'm just gonna actually start relogging if it happens.
Go on. These are our supplies.
Out of chance orbs. First time in a while.
Have you found more? What do you need?
But basically even Untainted Paradise at this level is like 1% maybe.
Yes.
Bit tempted to divine this and see if it works. Some roll low anyway. But yeah, it will have to wait. My main agenda is to find an exalted homogenization Omen so I can make my helm. Have a perfect base. Tier 1, tier 1, tier 1 on the best base. ES crit.
Speak.
Take the abyss here. Abyss is screwing the FPS so hard even when it's just a ritual on top of it. Keep forgetting to see which beast I've tamed. Find it. Hinder aura. Well, doesn't hurt to have.
Not yet. Barely broke a sweat. Not yet. Patience. Suffocate.
Not the one I ordered. Have so many of those. Good thing I looked.
I need more time. Not yet. Not yet.
Another one that's bugged and just handed out a loot. I'm just using multi-shot because my gear is good enough now and headhunter to just carry it. I just didn't like it at lower level because it lowered the damage by so much. So, like with headhunter and good gear, the multi-shot is fine. As is Arrow Nova, but I think multi-shot is clearly better. So, yeah. It's not that good, but it can be worth chaosing. Nope. Unlucky. Just normal slams. See what happened, or... Yes, I have plenty now. Fail, fail, and fail.
Zest, if you must.
The boots I just crafted and slammed, etc. If you mean the 35% speed, you just have to be eye level 82 and then 35% can drop. Or roll. So laggy. I wish this would be smooth.
Now this will come in handy. Won't turn my nose on at that.
Yes. This is all we have. A useful trade. Gold is useless to me. Take it.
Mana. Really like. Probably no way. I think you could have it as a weapon swap for single target DPS if you have a perfect one, but I still think since they still can't roll any chaos mods at all, most likely they are still useless. Just look on trades, sort by DPS, see if any exist at all. I don't know exactly what their potential is. Sort by all DPS and physical DPS, see where they end up. Hide and seek crew. Hear something there, maybe?
Too slow. I'm not ready.
Where might Bracca be down?
Not yet. Got no pack space for that.
Extra chaos resist if you need. Chaos damage does not work for anything in this current build. Only works if you have full chaos conversion on the weapon or original sin or so.
What is it? I have
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. I show it sometimes, but anything you want to find out about of the keywords in the game, like poison, you can hold a key. It's either shift or alt. I have a different keybind, so I don't remember. Just hold it over a node that has the keyword, pull the mouse and read. And you'll see that like poison and chaos damage from hits contribute to poison magnitude. But afterwards, blah blah blah, this magnitude is not further affected by any modifiers to the damage you deal. So right now you deal a big physical hit. That physical hit does not get converted to chaos, and the poison is not further affected by any modifiers. So you only need to buff your main hand weapons attack. And then poison magnitude is the completely separate stat that works. Despair works because it's a separate debuff, and despair, wither, etc. that debuffs the target but not your hit. Moment of Zen.
What is it?
Guess I save some of these. Yeah, the voltaic rift works, but it's not a crit bow, so it's no good for this kind of build.
Who sent you? I have many.
In my sight. Spread the infection.
Nothing good.
Suffocate! Not yet.
No, there's not much sense in using Herald of Plague. Last I tested, it does spread an extra poison, but it's simply not needed. The only reason would be if you did not care for this line, skipped this entire line entirely, don't care about farming bosses whatsoever, and you want to be more tanky. For example, maybe to take this. Then you could skip the poison line and have Herald of Plague instead of Contagious. Just gonna restart. No, I did not find additional arrow. I just decided that my gear and headhunter can now carry the multi-shot gem. Or both the multi-shot and the arrow nova are viable to test on and off. Just see what you like. But they have big penalties. As long as the poison builds quick enough, then it's fine. Magnitude. Fail. I have 20 annals, I guess I can. Yeah. Try again. Dead. Ah, another +1 poison stack. That's good for single target swap bow or so.
Have you found more of I serve? Goodbye.
Is it done? Each stack of poison does the same extra damage, so to speak, so the more stacks you're allowed to have, the more you multiply your damage. And most normal builds will be around the 6 to 8 range. And then by using those socketables, snakebite gloves, etc., you can theoretically reach like up to 16-ish. And but overall you don't need so many except for single target. So it doesn't quite matter. There is also a spear that allows you to have unlimited poison stacks, but it has very weak damage. I've seen people suggest putting spear field in it. But I never had stats to try it because I need my off weapon as a stat stick. Maybe I can now, because I think I have too much stats overall now.
Too slow.
Hoping for a homogenization exalt here. Now I seem to have a lot of arrows from headhunter. Just waves of poison going all over.
Suffocate. Patience.
Well, magnitude is always important, but overall, in clear, stacks are not important, at least. Since you will often spread one strong stack more likely than many small. But yeah, the poison sounds complicated, but it's not that much. Poison is just, if you poison, which is a chance, some skills have 100%, some have no chance, and then you need to have it on your gear. When you poison, the game creates a dot on the target for 20% of the physical and chaos damage you hit the target with over a certain amount of time. That's all there is to it. And from the beginning, you're allowed to have one such stack. So if you play, say, a warrior and you don't know about poison, if you just get random freebie poison chance on some item, that will be a 20% multiplier to your hits, since there will be like a poison that spreads. So, modified by chaos res, etc, etc. But then you have poison magnitude, that simply multiplies how strong the poison is, because 20% isn't much. When we have a lot of poison magnitude, suddenly it can become more damage than the hit itself. And then you have stacks, so you have more damage than the hit itself, and it stacks. And then suddenly you have a whole mechanic going. Then you have poison duration, so it lasts longer, which is usually worth a lot of paper DPS, so to speak, but not necessarily real DPS, because it target might just die before it ends, and so on and so on. So it's not very complicated, even if it seems like. But to complicate matters in PoE2, there are a lot of abilities in PoE1 I think they didn't like, that just scaled poison damage without you having any gear. You just had a weapon and some AoE and some skills. So in PoE2, every poison ability, I think, scales damage with your weapon, because it says does not hit, but poisons the target as if hitting. So you create a dot on it, but it is still based on your weapon, is the workaround. And then there are some exceptions, like the Plague Bearer, the big Poison Nova, that is based on your skill level still. But you still have to build it with your normal poison. So I guess that is quite complicated in the end, huh? But when you know it, it's not. Suddenly after relogging, no lag in an abyss. Or very little. The faster damaging ailment is very good if all you're doing is using poison dots. If you only use poison dots, let's say the old gas arrow build, or if you were to just stand and spam poison burst and do nothing else, then faster damaging ailments is very good. It's pretty much like a multiplier, because you fill up your stacks, but they tick faster and you will have room for more sooner, and so on. But this build gets so much of the damage simply from the toxic growths and so on, and the instant damage from Plague Bearer, so it only boosts a smaller part of your damage. But it is still good if you can get it for free. You can get it on jewels, and it is good on jewels. Ah, now this is full as well. To find a new tab that I haven't filled with garbage. Possibly just go here. Can't remember what are they called. Fragment. I like mobility. You can pick whatever else you want. But I like mobility to get the full movement speed. I have the full links in the build planner. If you use the build command, probably have it though, but I have not changed anything from the last update there, I don't think. I have a first world problem that I need emotional support with. Just before, I realized I was completely out of monster energy and I had to make tea. Is there any help to be had? It's very good. I more or less 100% knew how good it would be since I basically made this build last league and then simply everything was buffed. So it's pretty much really strong. I'm fairly certain it's the strongest, or at least one of the strongest builds in the entire game in terms of price performance. And then it's certainly up there for overall max speed as well. And the only question mark I have is when you have as good gear as I have now, maybe it's better to insta-kill stuff than poison. But then again, both the Plague Bearer and the Groves do instant damage, so... Yeah, and I mean there is nothing really harder than what I do right now. And in SSF gear, so... Very solid, can kill any pinnacle boss fast, etc, etc. It's not the same build, but you can run the same build if you run my old build. And if you want to be energy shield hybrid, which might very well be better until you get headhunter, and then you can still use headhunter. But then you need to get because they nerfed Eternal Youth. It used to make it so your flask simply filled your energy shield. So last league every build was just energy shield, and you picked Eternal Youth and your flask became an energy shield flask. And instead of having 2000 life you had 5000 energy shield. Or if you had really good gear, instead of 3000 life you had 15,000 energy shield, and so on and so on. But now you either need to have really solid evasion and energy shield recharge or so, or just get Chevron Satchel that enables your flask to apply to energy shield again. But you probably don't even need it. And if you have a headhunter, you'll be so strong anyway that you're not gonna need a potion with like between 5 and 10k energy shield or whatever you have. Headhunter I simply got in Vault of Kamasa.
Choose.
What kind of garbage do we have here? Guess I can take one of these. Yeah, exactly. Magnitude is always best. But as with every stat, there is diminishing returns. So you say, let's say you have insane amounts of element magnitude. Then, like every stat, it becomes worth less and less the more you have. So having high magnitude or any other stat, high crit, high damage, high whatever, will buff the faster. So if you have 10 poison magnitude or 10 faster ailments, then they will be fairly even, but magnitude will win. But if you already have, let's say, 1000% magnitude, then adding 10% more magnitude would do literally nothing, completely unnoticeable, while getting faster damaging ailments would still multiply it by 10% more. So like in any game, any different multiplier should be as even as possible, assuming you want just the highest DPS. It's kind of nice. Let's try it next tower. Don't worry, there is no way you will reach too much. It was just a theoretical example. Nice, new corruption area here. Let's see, so I haven't missed any hairs on Abyss. Here's another one. So I can progress to this tower as well. Need map production. Yeah, I'll just have to make maps. I also put some funny shorts of juicy maps on YouTube if you want. And some other Abyss thing before they nerfed it. Or they didn't nerf it, but they spread it out. Jackpot. Overrun by the Abyssal. Another one. Pretty nice. Oops. These have to be fixed. Here we go. That is lucky. Lucky indeed. 148% magic. Now it's go time. So this is more or less as juiced as I can make the maps in Solus Hellfound, minus Delirium, which I don't need or like because it's so glitchy when blinking.
Spread forth.
That loot, here we go. What's wrong with him? See, proximal. They probably have some big damage resist because they are kind of tanky on this map. Here we go.
position.
Have to find the last ritual wherever it is. There it was hiding. One more. Neat. It's actually a decent layout for breaches.
Need more time.
Whoops. Just wanted to rush around there and blink to the next spot, but oh well. Shit happens. Yeah. Well, it was done. But my exp was not happy. So exceptionally slow, these levels. If I hadn't experimented with the Tailwind and chill a bit more, which I will never do, because I am of the Zoom Zoom tribe, then I would have been 98 point something for sure. if not more. Why did it blink me in there?
You there, local. Come
And there are certain situations where the headhunter blink is kind of scary. Which boss it is here, I don't remember. Aha, this guy. Not at all as dangerous as his campaign counterpart. Perhaps famous last words, who knows? And yeah, these are max difficulty boss. Have to find another ritual.
Not yet. Not ready.
Remember to get a new beast. It's my mini game on the side to ninja tame beasts while clearing.
Have you found more of what? Our gold is worth more than this. Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
Cultivate. Easy trophy. Prepare yourself.
Wetlands, lots of beasts here apparently.
Patience.
It's here. Uh-huh. Roadbreaker. Start running those boss wisp maps for fun. See if that rite of passage can drop.
Not ready. Suffer.
Big fist roll might as well take. Whatever.
What is it?
Accuracy isn't ideal, but if this could ever hit spirit, it would be great. Try one of these on a jewel as well. See how it works. Was allowed at least. Spirit has no tag, so just has to be slammed. Mana. Now it's pretty much dead. Sure, I found one with very high piece. This one. It's third to try. This is well, I'll try anyway. There's at least a chance it keeps it. 2%, that's not high. Oof. I'll try this Giga pack size mod. It's gonna go unveil as well. Fail. Play out to pick elemental theme.
Yes? Need your aid.
Too weak. Too slow.
Not on my watch.
This abyss magically does not lag. I hope this stays forever. Would be so nice if they have found some issue and fixed it. Because yeah, now don't remember any abyss simply working like this one. I mean, there are some FPS drops, but not much. Good times. Sliver tongue, it's been a while. Maybe this is the one. If I can make it, lost a bit up here as well. So nice. And there are more abysses, more breaches. Quite possibly the best map all league. Despite the layout. I made this quite a bit bigger. It used to be small and annoying. Now, if this map would also have been corrupted, that would be completely insane. Just a sec, I'm just gonna finish this. Can't read. It was close, linked into what I thought was safe, and out of his. Don't know what was wrong with him, should have just died. Let's see now. It's gonna be an entire map full of loot. It's gonna take forever. For multiple arrows, you need to corrupt Sliver Tongue, so you get an additional arrow, or socket, and socket an additional arrow. Or if you're unlucky like me and never get it, use multi-shot, but it lowers your damage.
Rather not break my back.
Good times. I'm assuming this could homogenization slam Mores, since I don't think there's anything else tagged speed. I don't think I have. It goes here for now, along with all the other stuff. So, is it good? It is bad. It is so bad that I want to divine it. I don't know what to use these on anyway. Maybe I should just do it for fun. Didn't work, but... Aha, rare item. But it's still a max roll. So, good times. Quality, socket, go. Let's be lucky. Complete fail. Oh well. What can you do?
We need to collect. What do you need? Have you found more? I have many.
Wild that there can still be a dot when I return here. That's divine. Wonder then if I should actually try to divine this with a sanctification. Or the quiver. If the spirit reservation could hit higher, that would be incredibly nice.
Got no pack space for that. Suffocate!
Simply have to save these level 82 bases. No way around it.
Speak.
I'll try it. It's one of my better items. Guess it just failed to do anything. 1% higher than max on the evasion and 2% higher chaos for us. But the spirit reserve I wanted failed. Fail. Not good enough. Ended. SSF Logistics. This as well.
Too easy. I shall overcome. First.
Yes, I am finally done.
Speak. Who sent you? I have many services.
The assembly, who lives there?
Suffocate. I need more time. Need more time. I'm not ready.
Nice, Valdudu. Sprawling death. Not yet. Crystallization. Also good. No luck.
Have you found more? What do you need?
Wonder who's the boss here.
Spread the infection. Quick and lethal.
This abyss, once again, completely wrecked FPS. Was hopeful when one earlier did not lag at all. I'll wait and see. Looking good.
Not yet.
Tier 5.
Rather not break my back.
You did well, I serve.
Delete my queen. Not good. With suspicion they have good loot. I think the queen is friend with Countess Sesk, and that's how you get the arrow. Nothing good here. This area next then. Check if I have any of those. Uniques, guess not. No visible tower here. There's one there. And one here. I guess this way.
Spread forth.
Yeah, of course. If I use the Tailwind Helm, I remove Substitute Mask. Did I maybe forget it in the planner? Yeah, I completely forgot. I'm gonna fix that. I took evasion nodes to compensate, like I think I took high alert and freedom of movement. That's 5 points now, or just whatever damage. But let's see, so I'm not lying. These are good as well. 2 points there, also good. Or all the way here for movement speed. These can be dropped if you have high enough accuracy. If you just happen to have overcapped accuracy as well. But yeah, high alert, freedom of movement, and these nodes are the prime candidates. I'll 4 points in a planner. I'll just take those two for now. Might get a more optimized idea at some point, but yeah, that's what I had. But yeah, the Tailwind version, I would hold off until you really match it really well, because otherwise it will be squishy. But if you don't mind dying, or if you're just not very high level yet, I don't know which level you are, then just go with it, like, whatever. Yeah, I do. I still haven't found the projectile gem or managed to Val one. But I have a slightly stronger bow, higher roll than the minimum. And I have headhunter, and all my gear is pretty good now. So I just eat the damage penalty on multi-shot and accept it. It's, you know, really gimps it, but it builds poison fast enough, so it's okay. Also tried Nova projectiles, but I like multi better since they are front directional. Yeah, but if you do that, then just run the previous version, because that's still what I run now. And Despair only has a level limit under skill level 18. So you simply need to equip Despair level 18 or more. And if you follow my planner, you will have int, because you have int on almost everything, and int on your secondary weapon swap. So on my secondary weapon swap, how much int do I have? I have 238. Which means I can probably upgrade my Despair if I haven't. Ah, it's already 19, yeah. It's not necessary, but this Plague Bearer scales a lot with level. So you see, now it stores 15%, and it's 19.6k. If I remove it, 17.2k. Additionally, it has reservation efficiency, So it's very good. You know, it stores 6%, it stores 14%. So it's very good for Blackbearer. But it's not the first thing I would get still. I would make sure to have a good bow, additional arrow, to not have to have multi-shot and so on. And almost nothing in this build is required. Maybe if you had currency, I would go straight for headhunter, since you can just have a random rares. Nothing is important. It's strong anyway. Good quiver, very important. Sliver tongue, important but cheap. And just, yeah, fill out all the stats. Get additional arrow, get headhunter. This is very, very good. But I think it's expensive for what you get.
No wonder you were locked away.
Yeah, but headhunter is expensive, so whatever works. For a cheap belt, many people have been saying the Darkness Enthroned is very good. The new belt from the Abyss boss. And you buy it with gloves, and then you just socket poison magnitude. And that will give you, what is it, like 40% poison magnitude in the belt. But it obviously has no other stats. So if you can fit it, that's probably a cheap, good option. Another paradise. Have to travel a bit here to hit the tower. Tower there as well. Just run my random maps. Yeah, Rislatha's Coil. It's one of the best possible belts in the game as well. Doesn't give you all the insane buffs of Headhunter, but it is a solid 18% more-ish damage, which is good. Always up on bosses, etc. It's good. Gonna fix up my beast real quick. I have this side project for personal amusement to randomly ninja tame beasts and see what I get. Volatile plant. I think he can be deleted. The best stat to have on Helm is critical strike chance. And then there are some other... You can have attributes if you don't need res. Might be something else I can't think of right now, but... Never seen this before. No, so good. Paradise. Very high. Back size. Looks perfect. See how much it gives. I've never done a really juicy 16 on them. 3, 5, 18. Hello. Have you come for company or fat loot?
Barely broke a sweat. Not yet. Spread the infection. Need more time. Not ready. Easy prey. Not complete. Suffer. Not ready. I'm not ready.
Where are these more than 50 monsters? Oh, never mind. 3582, so 2 point something million, maybe. Yeah, I picked multi-shot. Because my gear is good enough overall to take the penalty. I thought it felt very bad earlier. It was easier to just aim the one arrow more carefully, but now headhunter and generally better gear seems to be strong enough to carry it. Still haven't got an additional arrow on the bow, but yeah. I have a version, I think, in the video for the early progression, but if you want a very rough summary, just skip the crit nodes until you have Sliver Tongue, and just progress. The tree is very linear, so can't really go wrong. And these are weapon swap, as I hope you're aware. So just follow the linear tree, don't take crit. Two more gimpy maps. Path. And Noah's going to do something. Right, I had made a mistake in the
Diffusion.
planner for the Tailwind version I started, but I did at least call it first draft, I hope. So I will fix it.
Quick and lethal.
I am cursed. What's wrong with him? I have to stand in the black. And I hit level 21 X-Link Plague Barrier today. I had to wall 7 of them to get it. 6 first, just downgrade, downgrade, downgrade. Fail, fail, fail. Then it hit. With the Omen, of course.
Need more time.
Bellot bow, bis. Happiest drop. It'll be very interesting to see if I ever get one. I have a 3 socket though, so if I get the arrow socketable, that's good as well, but that's way more rare, I guess.
I need more time.
What is it?
Let us see if it wants to be chanced. It does. Roll is okay. Omen and go. One more socket. They try to grief me. 1 more socket. 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 1 more so Chance to maim. I don't love it. Another fail.
Spread forth. Barely broke a sweat. I'm not ready.
This has the potential to be a really, really juicy breach if it reaches far enough to cover the whole map. Gonna rush here and see if I can squeeze around. Yeah.
Sprawling death.
Another map that looks like the International Christmas Tree Decoration Society. I actually think that opens and closes slower would have allowed me to clear the full thing around. Now that did not work. Can possibly get down a bit. More breaches. Is it 10? I don't think it's 10. We'll see. Maybe 5. Another one.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, basically. But it is, at least to me, more fun because it does use many more abilities than most PvE builds.
I'm not ready.
But it does, with Headhunter, look like PvE1, yeah. I'm very skeptical about Headhunter. When I heard it was in the game, I was surprised, because how can it not become complete blast fest if you have Headhunter in the game? Like, maybe it's something they should consider removing, but it's quite iconic for PoE, so maybe not. It's a very strange fit for PoE2 at the very least.
Need more time.
Whoop. Did not think that was completely camped. But yeah, this one's basically done.
This'll do nicely. Not yet.
Yep. That's what I've been doing. Question is just if I will get level 100 or +1 sliver first.
Not ready. An easy trophy. Need more time.
Three armor sets. I would anyway suggest the one is not the Tailwind version until you have tried the normal version. On the other hand, if you... The Tailwind helm is cheap, so up to you. But it is very squishy unless you perfectly build that combo. It's more of an endgame build where everything has to fit together to have a chance to work. Because otherwise it will be way too squishy. But the first one is, as it says, leveling early endgame. The second one is basically what I run now. And the third one is the future speculated, which I have tried it. I did like half a level, but I was too squishy in solo self-found. I had like 1700 HP and 300 energy shield, and it's not enough. But I still took like half a level, then I took more than half a level. I took perhaps 80% of a level at 95, but I also did die like 3 times. Without even having Omens, so I decided against until I can have better gear. So it 100% works very well, but it is a more low mid defense build, so to speak.
You did well. What do you need?
Spread the infection. Too slow. Don't mind if I do.
I don't know about Überarbeiter, but way earlier in progression, without swapping anything really for boss DPS, I don't think. I did the last phase of King at least in 22 seconds, but again that was with way earlier gear and slightly worse boss rotation. But I don't think I need anything from Arbiter, so I only killed him once and yeah. Not sure. I might try at some later point. There is no next weapon after Sliver Tongue for clear. And it kills the pinnacle bosses fast enough. So I would put all the budget to everything else. And just go. And if you want to sit day in and day out and farm pinnacle bosses for like bossing, then you could consider getting a very, very strong single target bow like that new bow, what is it called? Not artillery, but the highest DPS one. And yeah, just crit and fist DPS. Because it has to have base crit on the bow. Otherwise it will be useless. Wildwood. This I like. I wonder if I have more strewn about the map. Yeah, I am more or less 100% confident you can just run this on Deadeye. Just fine. Don't think you need anything, but if you do run this on Deadeye, you won't have the nice running assault. So I would shuffle a few extra points and make sure you take freedom of movement and not the Winter Owl, this unhindered, and go this way. Because then you have 20% there, 10% here. Make sure to anoint, spray and pray, and then you will be... I mean, you will be, I think, mildly faster than the non-Tailwind version, but you will also have a little bit less boss DPS. So, but it should work if you want to try. With the exact same tree, exact same gear, and just pick whatever you feel like for the Deadeye Ascendancy on top of Tailwind. So... the usual suspects. Might be always a bit lower on ritual than the others. Look for plus levels here. The most annoying thing about the Atlas, that to run 82 maps, you have to mouse over every corrupted and then cleansed node, check where there is +1 to monster level of area, and run your tier 16s there. Otherwise, not getting many 82 bases. There's one, another. And they all, of course, have to glitch when you try to inspect them. So, this way, without cleansing. Probably just go below here then. And overrun by the Abyssal. On this should be good. Maybe I'll have to produce more maps. Only have 3 walls. This is what us SSF pores have to put up with. nothing. So yeah, just run them then. Good as well. Yeah, I mean there is some overlap because you're gonna need a good quiver. That's one of the most important items in the build, but everything else is pretty chill, I think. And I mean you can just craft so many things easily with all the new stuff. I mean this would have been considered near mirror tier at some point probably. And this is very good as well, but not that good.
I need more time. Not ready. Suffer.
The map starts like pre-lagging as soon as I enter it.
Too weak, too slow.
Anyone has any suggestions for performance fixes? I'm all ears. Tried pretty much everything. Vulkan, Direct 3D, full screen, not full screen, clearing shader cache, all the latest drivers, everything up to date, blah blah. Just seems like there is no winning this league with the performance. Especially not on this map, which they should just disable straight away, but yeah. Yeah, I've tried that as well. I've tried low. Others say the opposite, to high, or you know. But yeah, I'm not sure what I have now. But I'm gonna just drop everything to minimum and swap to whatever I had before. This is Vulkan. Honestly, seems to work better in DirectX. It's not this bad, at least. But yeah, this map specifically has something wrong with it, so the rest of the game isn't that bad. I only on mega giga juiced abysses do I drop under 60 usually. But some maps seem just completely broken like this one. Gem set 2. You mean the builds? The one that's probably called Endgame version or so. With the energy shield helm, and which is very similar to the one I called starter / early endgame because it's basically minor changes. But yeah, with headhunter, that's the main difference, I guess. Oh, really? I had no clue. It was so expensive. I actually found it quite early on, and I just thought I'll save it and drop it in my first good 35 boots, and they've held up ever since. Another divine.
That would only slow me down. Flourish!
Yes? Hello. I have many services.
Tier 2.
Take our gold and go.
Suffocate! Not yet.
Salad bow. Happy times. Let's see if we can chance it. Elite.
Have you found more? I serve.
So yeah, I'm just gonna fix that thing in the planet. It's like 4 talent points. It'll only take a sec. If it lets me. Kind of weird, not allowed to edit the tree, maybe because it's imported. I'll I'll have a look at it later, but yeah. Won't let me edit it. Edit anything else but the tree. But just keep in mind that it has subterfuge mask by mistake, and that's a bit suboptimal, to say the least. I'll figure it out sometime. Now I have to restart so I don't have this lag. I'm gonna try DirectX 12 again because it really seems to work best for me. Just lower everything to... It can stay. Everything to the lowest. And sound, can try low, but I don't think there was any difference last I tried. It mainly seems to be, you know, Abyss, something completely broken with the Abyss areas. Maybe I don't need to restart. And as usual, it's doing something in the background. Probably something with the shaders, and it's annoying because I don't know if the game is broken. When CPU is spiking up and down in the hideout, my instinct is to shut it down, see what's broken, instead of playing. But I'll just restart it and see. It's strange how badly it works now, and it's far from just me, as far as I understand. It's pretty much everyone, right? It used to work so well in the previous leagues. Really nice, smooth client, even in big combat. Where did it go? To go all the way around here then. Boss time. Widow Hail, if you have a good quiver, is okay. But it's gonna completely depend on how good the quiver, which bow. I don't think you can have a fixed rule. Widow Hail is perfectly fine early on. It works in endgame as well, it's just less good. I tried it last league. But then you have to pick the quiver node, so you have to respec a little bit.
Too weak, too slow. Not yet. Prepare yourself.
Yes, and you can do build command on Twitch, and I have video with all the different versions of the build. And I have open profile on poe.ninja if you want as well. Couldn't this have had something more than...
Diffusion. Quick and lethal.
Smuggler coats in my loot filter too. Chance a queen of the forest. Never found one in solo self-found. I think it's very rare, right? Not sure if it's tier 0 rarity or... Very smooth FPS so far. After setting everything to low, clearing the cache and going DirectX 12. But yeah. Bit overkill to play on lowest possible settings on a RTX 5090. And yeah, that is mainly CPU in this game, but my CPU is very nicely overclocked, and last I checked, still in the top 100 Hall of Fame on 3D Mark. And still can't run this. But now it works, so let's hope. This is working. It's not terrible. 40 FPS, better than before. And I mean, the buses are completely broken, so I'll take it.
An easy trophy.
And the weirdest thing with how strangely broken the FPS is in the Abyss is that even if you kill everything in an entire map, 0 monsters remaining, still does it. Not as extreme FPS drops as when fighting, but not far off. Yeah, this feels pretty good, to be honest.
Suffocate.
Let's hope it stays.
Don't mind if I do.
Another researcher.
Have you found more of what we see? I serve.
Forge. Why not have the Abyss there?
Flourish. Easy trophy.
Smooth here as well so far. There we go.
Patience. Stay alive.
Speed. Have you found if you must? Find more breach remnants for my research.
Get around here now, at least. Should be good. Might have forgotten to loot a bit, but oh well. Too much loot anyway.
You have no chance. Barely broke a sweat. Patience. Your pain will be I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Get the blink glitch again. Not working. It's gonna restart. Guess the map just completely died, and then I had to die too.
Go on.
Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Good roll.
We need to collect. I serve.
Just slam it. Don't have echoes now anyway. Fail. Still need to get through there. Would have been really nice if the map hadn't died, so I hadn't died.
Too slow.
Glass hiding all the way down. Another overrun.
In my sight. Sprawling death. Barely broke a sweat.
Perfect jeweler. Need them only 100% for testing new stuff. Already have both Blink and Plague Bearer with extra skill. So I can start walling my other skills as well. I think the game has scammed me. Started this on the wrong node. Maybe I misclicked, but this is 79. It should have been 81. Yeah. Wrong node. I did not intend to go here. Must have misclicked.
I need more time.
Yeah, I've been playing the Pathfinder actually every league. Because I really like the movement of it and so on.
Not break my back.
And I also have plans to try non-poison builds, but so far it's been all poison. Tried most other classes as well, like through Act 1, 2, 3, but not all. Even more breach.
Quick and lethal. Need more time. Got no pack space for that.
Why did it have to blink me down?
Got no pack space for that.
Think that's all.
Speed. Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Good times. Just have to loop around and check so I actually looted all the Abyss stuff.
Burst. Not yet.
Guess I did.
Speak. Who sent you? What do you need?
See if anything flipped. This one +1. This one as well. One not allowed to inspect. And this too. Just need to see if I have vaults, otherwise I'll simply run them anyway. No tier 16s. Yeah, the vertebrae are very good to use. I can use some if you want. You can see, you get really nice stuff. I'll just make 3 maps so I don't have so many vaults. So, just slam the maps, desecrate them. No, they give much better stuff. They can give like area is overrun by the abyss, so you literally get like 1 extra abyss area. The entire map, like I just ran. You can get contains an extra queen, like 60, 90, whatever % X, or loads more monsters. But it also has good rolls and bad rolls, and this I don't know how much it gives. I usually just add those. They can add huge pack size and so on. But this that fail, I usually use the Omen, where you Chaos Orbit and it turns everything into pack size when they fail. But here's a good one, for example. 3 additional pits, Incubator Queen, more difficulty and reward, blah blah. But I usually take the Queen because I think they can probably drop something. And as far as I know, it's the only way to get the Queen. And here, see, 98% increased monsters. Guaranteed abyssal depths, 54% chance to spawn all as magic, etc, etc. Honestly not sure exactly what's best. Because this sounds like it's like more, but it might just be after they start spawning the monsters. I'm not sure. So, yeah. But I think this is good. At least magic, very high %. It's the one I usually pick. And yeah. I am an SSF poor, so I don't have enough Val Orbs to make more now. Can also do my daily bragging about my ethical SSF gear. Headhunter. Calendar's Touch. Perfect Risalathas. Dielas. and so on. But I've been so unlucky with my bow, or at least below average lucky, I would say. I've made so many and never found additional arrow, never rolled it. But I suppose all the rest makes up for it. Plenty to spare. So let's see if these want to wall. Up.
Diffusion. Nowhere to run.
I am stuck. There.
Not ready.
This on this map seems completely wrecking the FPS. if there's any way to make it around here. Probably. Yeah. Not the best layout exactly. But yeah, this map should be disabled like so much.
Spread forth.
You can try, if you feel you have enough damage to use multi-shot, you can. I didn't. I felt it was too much of a penalty early on. I only use it now quite late, since I don't have additional arrow and my damage is high enough that my gear and the headhunter can carry the damage penalty, so to speak. Just try, I mean it's free to just cut a couple gems and try. You can also try Arrow Nova if you prefer.
Not yet.
Yeah, swapping one gem isn't too much work, I guess.
What is it? I have many, sir. Let us hope Zest now lies dormant.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do too. Doesn't really matter for map bosses since it doesn't really do the main damage on the bosses anyway. Do I have any walls? Nope. I would assume so. There's no reason it shouldn't.
Cultivate.
You can have several affixes of additional arrows on a Gemini, for example. You can have it as a suffix, you can have it as, you know, the standard implicit.
The spirit's made its choice. Time to finish this.
Why is it lagging? I took him. Haste aura bat.
Don't lose focus.
Been having a side project to try to ninja tame pets if I notice that they have a nice aura. So I don't have to use that ant because he annoys me to no end. Casting those frost bombs always on the ground. But yeah, this pet, I have a good feeling it's gonna be the one. The bats are fast and not slow. Could very well be just slow, gimpy, flappy birds.
Suffer. Patience. Not yet.
Where does this bone tyrant live? Maybe down here. Yeah. Chunking him really good, the groves. But yeah, I did answer right that as far as I know, it should definitely work.
Find more
But
independence for my research.
I don't see any reason why not. Yeah, the XP after 95 is more and more brutal. I think the patch note said they made it a bit easier after 95 though, but it feels pretty much the same. I don't know. Maybe it was a bit faster at 95 to 96. Excited to see what this pet is gonna have. Level 20 gem, thank you. They really don't want to give me homogenization Omen. I have such a good helm lined up. Simply have to find the last ritual as well. Can I put them there? It could be anywhere. Back. Is it gonna be in that little intersection? Last square millimeter I explore. No. It's not here, I give up. Just defer it. Lioness. I'm trying to chant Queen of the Forest. That's tier 0 as well, right?
if you must.
Have this really nice helmet lined up. I assume Exalted Homogenization can only slam energy shield, but I will double check so the crit isn't tagged something silly like, I don't know, attack or something, and then it's like accuracy. But yeah, even with nothing else, it's a pretty good helm. Triple tier 1 crit. Raised fields again.
Not yet. Burst. An easy trophy. I need more time.
Oh, passage. Super lag. Keep getting this map over and over. Just lag and lag and lag.
Patience.
To play so carefully when it lags as well. Kind of boring.
Not yet. I'm not ready.
Some depths later.
I need more time.
Forgot to check my fancy pet. Maybe it's really nice.
It belongs to the flames! Fire fist!
And she stands still 1 second. Here and there. Boom. Let's see, probably do it on the groves. But kinda want to slam them first, so I'll save it. Already done this stupidly before I slammed. So quick gem gamble while I remember. Toxic growth. I did hit my plague bearer earlier, level 21. 7 6-linked tries. I only have 2 Val. 6 links, quality, go. Did it do nothing? That shouldn't be possible, should it? What did it do? Always result in change. Nothing happened. Explain. Maybe it hit additional socket and did nothing, but that does not count as change in my book. Don't quite understand this. Could simply do the one at least this one is intact, so could simply do the one I have. Yeah, don't understand what happened. This should force change, did not change. I already had the 20. I'll gamble. -1 level. So yeah, everything in shambles. I'll just have to use this for now. Could try one more without. But yeah, do not quite understand how that makes sense, that it did not change anything when it was forced to change. $23 quality. Did nothing now. Still 10. But I'll just have to use it. Highly curious. Absolutely no difference. I don't have any wasp, but I did just tame a bat with haste aura, tangibility, projectiles evasive. if you saw me ever have a wasp, it was probably from Act 2 Mordon Quarry. I spent some time farming there before I knew you could just take the ant. But yeah, it seems nice. Winged horror. But yeah, makes no sense how this did not change. So simply save this until I succeed. Didn't consider that earlier. Just wanted to upgrade power.
Grow.
Empowered periodic invulnerability aura. I want as well. He had like a gazillion HP. And what are their problem? I have no growths, that's why. Thought my damage was a bit bad.